Hello, hello.
Dale, how are you feeling?
Will be coming too.
Move over here. Turn this just a little.
Dale, you're stuck on mute. Uh-oh. That's not a good sign.
All right, can you hear me now?
There you go. There's
I lost my buttons.
oh,
Hanging in there, sniffly, but okay otherwise. I had a headache when I got up, but good now with that. So
we are live, just so everybody knows. It's okay, but I just want everybody to know that we are.
okay.
Oh,
Okay.
how's everybody over there in the operations center?
Not too bad. We're hanging in there,
Good.
hanging out.
Yeah, I think if everybody wants to go on mute and off camera for a bit, we have one trustee, so we're gonna give everybody else a couple of minutes.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. Okay, everybody, I think, I know we're still missing two trustees, but we have a quorum. So I think, Deputy Mayor, if you wouldn't mind maybe calling us to order and we can get started.
Sure. Thank you, Maddie.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Today is Wednesday night, 2022. We are continuing the conversations on our budget. I call this meeting to order. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, Karen. Floor is yours.
Welcome, everybody. Good evening. We are sorry for the change in format of the meeting. Unfortunately, we had an issue with a COVID exposure, and in order to make sure everybody is safe and well, we have decided to resume our budget meetings tonight and on Friday night on Zoom. The public can still sign in and view the meetings, and the meetings will be recorded for future use. Tonight, we will be reviewing our IT budget, our legal department budget, our building and planning department budgets, and our recreation and parks budget, as well as our youth rail budget. With that, I would like to turn it over to our treasurer, Dale Brennan.
Thank you, Manager Tesori. Good evening, Village Board and the fabulous IT personnel. So for the IT budget, just as we move forward through the discussion, well, each department has different levels of expenditures that might go in between accounts and funds. The IT budget does cross over for every line between general, water, and sewer. It is a 60% general fund split, a 30% water fund split, and a 10% sewer fund split. So generally, when we're speaking about the first few pages, which cover the general fund, there will be those same information for the water fund and the sewer fund that follows. So I just want to put that out there so that if I stop after the general fund, this is why. So the first page onto page 2 is covering our personnel that's in the IT department.
Can
These
I,
are,
Dale, I'm sorry to interrupt.
yeah,
Some of us didn't bring our books home.
okay. Did you access your email?
I did, but I didn't pull it up. I just walked through the door and snapped on it. Sorry.
You should all have your budget detail emailed to you for each of the departments. So it's in your email.
And Dell, for the ones that we still use in the book, what page is that exactly? If you don't mind, please.
So that will be following page 21 in section 2. Okay, I'll just make sure everybody's set to go.
Thank you, Dell. Omar, I'm sure you're good.
What section are we in?
I'm good. We're in IT. We're on page 2.
And it's under department narratives,
Okay.
and it's under section 2, page 21.
Not sure if, Bob, you okay? You good?
It's following the finance report.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to split my screen here.
Okay, no problem. Dana, were you able to find the section on?
Yeah, I got it. I got
Okay,
it.
great. Bob, do you want to give, let me know when you're ready so Del can continue, please.
Move on, move on. I'm good.
Thank you, Del. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Oh, no, I thank you. I apologize. I know it's a little getting into the groove of it right now. So page 1 and 2 contain our expenditures for personnel related to IT and those contractual obligations. In the middle of the section, page 2 is our PEG equipment line for expenditures. You will see we also have an offsetting revenue piece that comes in for PEG financing during the year. So those revenues and expenses match, so they wash each other out. At the bottom of page 2, we go into our equipment line. So would the IT department like to speak to what's contained in the equipment line for 2023?
Sure, thank you. Okay, first thing we're addressing is we have 3 servers that are end of life. End of life is defined by the manufacturer as no longer being available to support a warranty. It is our position that if we can't have a warranty on a critical piece of equipment, i.e. a server, that it is deemed to be replaced. So in this case, we're looking to replace the clerk server, Assessors 2 server, and the Section 8 server. So that's with respect to that. The routers and the firewalls in a similar situation. They are at end of life October 23 of next year. So it is our intention to replace and upgrade the routers and firewalls that are in place. Some of the outlying sites, the smaller locations, they're actually using Cisco home type devices, low bandwidth support, less sophistication as far as it relates to security. So we'd be looking to upgrade those as well. If we flip over to the top of the next page.
I'm sorry, I have a couple questions, but I'm not sure if my colleagues have any questions on that section because it does have an increase from $9,000 from previous years to $34,000 this year. And obviously the servers and stuff like that. So does anyone have any questions on that section at all? No. I do have a question in regards to what you said. You referred to 3 different servers. And one of the, you said the assessor's office.
Yeah, there was a separate server called specifically named Assessors 2. So that is end of life and being replaced.
I understand that. So when you refer to assessors, to me, assessors is the 3rd floor for the town of Austin. Is that something, if I'm missing anything, could you maybe Maddie or Dell or Karen can kind of specify a little bit more into that, please?
We had similar questions. We have talked about this already. Thank you.
Okay. Vincent, do you have anything specific on Assessor 2?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I think it's
No.
just, I mean, it's a function of, I'm sure the deputy mayor's question is, why is the village paying for it since it's a town function?
Yes.
So I know we
Thank you.
talked about this, Dale.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
gonna hand it to you.
Yes, so when we do the finance and IT IMA, these costs are included to get charged back to the town through the IMA.
Got it. So it's more like we're gonna get, I don't want to say, it's gonna be a wash in the way,
Right,
more or less. Okay,
yes.
no problem. Now, general question on here, because you guys know technology obviously more than a lot of us on this area. I do know a little bit about technology. What is the cloud portion of trying to remove some of the service? Is anything that we are gearing out maybe to use a cloud base instead of a server base? And what does that look like?
We
think?
have begun to do some research in that area, and case in point, I'll jump around a little bit, but as an example, one of the accomplishments we've had this year is we moved the email to Office 365 to a full cloud-based solution. And I think as a result of that, the email has been much more stable over the last several months. Additionally, there's a line item on here that we want to talk about, which is Laserfiche. Laserfiche is moving to a cloud-based solution, or proposed to move to a cloud-based solution 2023. So as those opportunities present themselves, Municity is another one, which currently is split. I believe the town is on the cloud and the village is still hosted, but at some point the village will be hosted as well. So as the opportunity presents itself, we do look at that. And in this particular instance, that was not one of the ones that has risen to the point of where we could put a adequate cloud solution in place.
And I guess to me, it's a little bit not clear, sure, with technology, what is the factors that you guys are weighing in not to put this in a cloud base? Is there a particular reason, security-wise, just technology? I mean, a server is a server and a cloud is a cloud. It's not clear. Is the software not supported by the cloud area? That's the reason why you guys are not suggesting, because the service has a life expectancy, sure, and another 2 years maybe is not going to be functional, and then we're going to be moving to a cloud base. To me, it will be more efficient if we can just move that now.
Our experiences with various servers is we're getting anywhere from 7 to 9 years of productivity out of the servers, and that's working in conjunction with Dell in this particular instance, where as long as they'll extend the warranty and the hardware specs are adequate to provide a good response to the application that's running, I have no problem extending the life of that server far greater than 2 years. But specifically to your cloud question, we have found in general, you have to weigh the application and the cost benefit as to whether the cloud costs are less expensive than in-house. So we haven't not done a full cost benefit on all of the various applications. As I said, we've started to do it with Laserfiche, Municity, and Office 365. And as the various software applications that we deal with on those, if one is better suited for cloud-based, we would certainly entertain that. But each one is dealt with on a case-by-case basis. So sometimes it's more expensive on the cloud versus in-house. So you have to just look at each opportunity one at a time.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Dale.
That's fine. That's fine. The next page we had at the top of the next page is network switches. We've been working very closely with the cyber security consultant as well. And right now the village and town support what they call dumb switches. And the switches are where all the network traffic, all the computers and servers connect to and pass traffic along. It is in the best interest of security to get what we call smart switches. Smart switches accomplishes 2 or 3 things. One in particular is you can set up what they call virtual local area networks, so that you can further segment network traffic from a security point of view, one department to another, which you can't do with the switches that are currently in place. And also the switches have intelligence to detect network failures within the switch. So if a particular computer is not running at its optimum speed, it could be because the computer has an issue, could be because the cable has an issue, and the smart network switches let you interrogate and notice particular failures at a desktop level. So that's where we're looking to upgrade the switches. Wi-Fi equipment, we're over at the Ops Center right now. We've done a similar project over at Village Hall. We need to upgrade all the Wi-Fi connectivity issues. And one thing we've determined here is that the Wi-Fi is pretty much open to public access, which we don't want. So we need to secure that and set up what they call a DMZ, so that you can segment public internet traffic versus private LAN access traffic. So that's a security vulnerability that we want to fix there.
And
And I
I'm
think-
sorry, before we kind of jump on to the next one, something that, and I apologize, I should have brought this over when we are talking about tax money, and maybe anybody else on the board wants to jump in into this one, but one of the biggest concerns is obvious technology and our boardrooms areas. Is that something that we should be, what do you guys, just a general question, I guess, how are we going to be dealing with this technology on Zoom? Because one of the biggest challenges that we had this since we started going meeting live is the transmission between Zoom and GoTV, and the ability for us to have a clear meeting in a way has been very difficult. So what are we doing in regards to that technology, and how does that being utilized fix money for this kind of conditions going forward for hopefully by next year?
All right.
This,
couple of-
Wayne, if you don't mind, I just wanted to fill them in because some of this extends beyond what A1 and Christina are working on, but we are working on with Mike Miner, who does a lot of the live meetings for other municipalities. So that really is, he's working on the facilitation of the sound within the room and the coordination with GoTV, because that was something that really extends beyond the scope of work that we have Christina working on and A1. So that's being addressed. Right now we are ordering some microphones and getting the equipment, so it should be resolved. We're looking to resolve it hopefully before the end of November.
Okay, great. So on that same note, Karen, so we are looking, is that part of our budget? And if that's the case, where is that showing as a part of the technology in our end? Because,
That would be showing, so that's gonna come out of a, Dale, and maybe you can, that's coming out of, I don't think it's coming off the same line, right?
Well, it's the 1650-203 line, which is on page 2. Right now, we have a budgeted total of 43,500. That's the one with the offsetting revenue. At any given point, the board can also adjust and use, we have a PEG fund balance as well that we can also utilize going forward.
okay. All right, thank you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, Karen basically took the words out of my mouth, because yes, we worked with Mike Miner in several other municipalities. So we have a good working relationship with him, and we'll be able to rectify a lot of those issues. All right. So that, Dale, that took care of those particular items.
Yes,
let me know
so
how you want
I'll
So-
move on until we get to software, if that works for you.
Sure.
Okay, so 1650 400 is where we charge our GoTV filming expenses for the meetings. We have a line for telephone, internet, a small amount for materials and supplies. Additionally, an amount for consulting services, which covers our A1 consultants, and also O'Connor Davies, who does our cybersecurity consulting. So moving on to page 4, we have a small line in for mileage, and then we move on to our computer software.
Okay. Any questions before I get into the software? Okay. First item is Log Me In. That is one of many industry standards as far as remote access. So that is used both for staff to remote into their machines to work remotely, and it also allows internal support, so that Christina and Vincent in particular can remote into desktops without having to drive and travel all around the village into town. So it gives them remote access as well. We have several new items here that, working with a cybersecurity consultant, has asked that we include in the budget. So the first one in particular is what's called networks auditing software. This will allow us to manage documents within the network, who's touching them, what's changed, that sort of stuff. So it gives us a greater sense of security within the documents on the network. Intune is a add-on to Microsoft Office 365. This allows for the ability to manage both town and village devices and computer resources, as well as a personal device. If a person connects to the network on their phone, or if they bring a personal laptop in and connect it to the network, this software will keep track of what the device was, where it connected from, and this ties in also to the smart switches so that you can know what the specific computer address was. And therefore, if you see and sense that you might have a network vulnerability coming from a device that you're not aware of, this software will help track that down so we can be proactive in security measures with that.
I have a question.
Yes.
With Intune, does it make a difference if you're using a virtual private network?
No, if it's a device that connects to your network, we will know about it. Okay, it tracks all of the MAC, well, specifically as Vincent was saying, the MAC addresses of the devices that connect to the network.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, ticketing system. Not necessarily recommending the ticketing system that we use, but in general, we in our organization use a ticketing system that helps us track all the various jobs that we have in place. So it can be set up so that a person in a specific department can go in and log into the ticketing system to notify Christina that they're having a printer problem or a network problem or whatever, and it'll give a greater degree of documentation as to the type of networking issues or support issues that we're dealing with on a regular basis. It also has some added benefits outside the world of IT. It's my experience, and that a lot of municipalities we run into don't have good contract management software in place. So a good ticketing system will let you, track when your copier contract is expiring, or some of your other contracts are expiring. So you can use this ticketing system as well to manage your renewals and certifications that are coming up and expiring. It also does online inventory of your servers and your desktops and your laptops, so you have some real-time management of your inventory, both hardware and software. So that's a benefit. We have, again, I mentioned this briefly before, we have some server warranties that are coming up for renewal. It is our position that we do not like a mission-critical server not to have a warranty in place so that the vendor can fix it in a timely fashion. So we have a couple of servers that need renewed warranty. The Microsoft operating system 2012, that is becoming end of life next year. So we'll need to upgrade to the new version of the operating system 2021 so that we're current and that we get all proper updates and security vulnerability patches. Disaster recovery. Some of you I've chatted with last year when we introduced the disaster recovery and offsite backups. That is in place. It's working fine. Everything is being backed up as it should. So that's just a recurring expense in that area. Email we talked about. Email is now 100% on Office 365. As things have stabilized in that area, we can start to look down the road as we have with Intune as an add-on to Office 365 to offer more benefits of security. And we'll be looking to that product as well down the road for other benefits that we might be able to take advantage of. Adobe. I guess there's a request for a number of users to standardize on Adobe. I think roughly we budgeted about 25 users to get upgraded to Adobe Pro, so they have the ability to edit PDFs and massage PDFs and that sort of stuff. General code. I mentioned this briefly before. We're a fan of Laserfiche. We're familiar with it. We don't have a vested interest in it other than that it's a nice product. It allows you to move towards the paperless office, the paperless environment. Can be used in any department throughout the village and the town. And we've met with the various department head to spearhead this and move it forward so that we can move to their cloud-based version. So that's on the agenda for end of this year, next year to get that going. And there's a whole process in place to try to get grant funding for that so that the documents in-house can be scanned and supported and you know, move to that paperless environment. OB4, that's a product that, again, Cyber Consultant has recommended, which is going to be used for phishing tests. We're all familiar with these email attacks. Hey, you know, the mayor sent me a request, send me some money. You know, we've all seen those before. So this is a educational tool where you will be receiving similar type email requests. And if you respond negatively, you will be directed more than likely to a training site so that you can get better educated on how to deal with some of these emails. And they are very, very sophisticated. They're getting more and more interesting as you read them, but it doesn't go without the scariness of the emails. And I think that takes care of the software stuff, Dale. Oh, she's over there now.
Okay. Oh, did I move?
On my screen. Yeah, we're moving on my screen.
So that is actually the bottom of the general fund for the IT department. So the pages that follow are the water and the sewer fund portions of the same.
I have a quick question, Dale, before you continue on the software. So if I'm reading it correctly, that this is the first year that we have which of these of all of these, or which of these is new to this year and which of these have we used before?
Sure, not a problem. Log me in is existing. The data disaster recovery is existing. The email service was accomplished this year. Adobe Pro is really just it's existing software, but we're just adding more users. All right.
Okay.
General code is existing, but we're moving from in-house. Matter of fact, general code is also running on a server that should be retired, and therefore moving to the cloud. So we're killing two birds with one stone on that. So that's existing.
Yeah.
And by default, the others are new. The network audit is new. The Intune is new. Ticketing system is new. Server warranty renewals are new. And the NoB4 is new.
And how long are the contracts with these various systems?
Most of them are 1 year with recurring renewal. All right. Some of them can be a one-time purchase with an annual maintenance fee. That's
Right.
typically, I know for a fact, that's the way the ticketing system works. But yeah, so you have different options on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
So thank you, Omar. You actually asked some of the questions that I was going to be asking. So on the bottom of this, underneath the general code Laserfiche, one of the things that you said that, you know, it looked like to me the Laserfiche portion is there other software similar to that will do the same job?
In the best way I can answer it, in the municipal arena, we have only worked with Laserfiche. We have not seen many other third-party products that we've dealt with in the municipal arena. Certainly, there are other options out in the commercial environment. But from our experience is that Laserfiche seems to be the relative standard in the municipal world.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. The ones underneath, obviously, we talked about 150 computers, and then so what was requested on the budget is not part of what the suggestion proposed budget is in a way, sure. So the 3,240, unless I'm misreading this, it says a month. So that
That-
fee is gonna be a monthly fee?
Which-
That's right,
ahead.
per computer per month. The $3
Oh,
fee.
the $3,
And I,
okay, I see what you're saying, yes.
So
Mhm.
that amount is $3,240, $240. That's gonna be a monthly fee, correct?
I'm gonna say yes, that is the number that we received from the department head that's working with the vendor on the Laserfish. We will
So
certainly.
how do,
that.
so thank you. So that amount is actually, so Del, how is that reflected in our budget? Because if I multiply that times 12, it's $41,000 more or less, correct?
I'd have to look at the,
I'm seeing $3 times 150 times 12. That gives me 5,400.
So,
Yeah.
but what I'm reading at
Right.
part of the budget is 3,240, sure?
Right.
Okay,
That's the difference between, because you have town and, that's town and village though, right?
yes,
so maybe we need to clarify this a little bit. So this, the 3,200 is the total for the year.
Right.
Okay.
yep, that's correct.
Okay, so all this in a way, those, the security awareness, the ADA, all those are including the ones on the bottom. Those were added after the budget, the request of the budget, sure. So is that something more like, you know, that's an additional that we could live with or live without them, correct?
I think it might sort of be helpful, Deputy Mayor, to sort of talk about the format of our newly constituted IT arrangement. So I think that the recommendations and Wayne, Christina, Vincent, please correct me if I'm getting this wrong. The recommendations, so we have the requested budget as the first column where most of those things are zeros. And then the recommended column is after our consultant from O'Connor Davies weighed in on things that he would recommend from the cybersecurity perspective to sort of augment what we need from the IT perspective. So I'm not sure, Wayne, if I'm capturing that correctly, but can you just sort of?
Yes, we met with the consultant maybe a month ago, maybe 4 to 6 weeks ago, and we added 4 or 5 of these line items. I apologize, I do not have the date timeline in front of me as to when the first budget maybe crossed your path versus this one. But within the last 4 to 6 weeks, when we met with the cybersecurity consultant, we added about 4 or 5 of these items.
Oh, all right, thank you. So Del, we're gonna correct it 3,240 to 5,400.
Well, that's split between general water and sewer. So when
Okay.
you take each of the pieces, we're okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Del. Sorry about that. I don't have any questions on this section. Thank you.
No, I'll try to make it a little clearer also in the description. Okay. Any other things we want to revisit in the IT budget, or any more questions? Because they do not have any fee charges, and they do not have any capital items for the 2023 year.
I know the mayor is sitting out here with us. I'm not sure if the mayor has any questions. So just give it a few minutes, please.
Sure.
And I don't know if it is of any interest to the board members, but I have a list of some of the accomplishments we had this year. I don't know if that's any interest to share with you, but I have it if you're interested.
Sure.
Okay. So let's hear the accomplishments.
Sure, okay. All right, well, of significance, we closed a lot of vulnerabilities in the firewalls. They were easily accessible by external individuals, so that's been tightened up and taken care of. As we mentioned already, we implemented the disaster recovery and full backup system throughout the year. We consolidated, I think when we came on board, there was like 19 servers in place, and I think we've got it down to about 11 now. So there was a lot of excesses that weren't needed. And as a part of that process, we consolidated a lot of the files and documents onto one server, and we've added the proper security permissions in place so that departments can't go across lines and see other documents that maybe they shouldn't have access to. I've mentioned it already. We've migrated to Microsoft Office 365, which I think has calmed down a lot of the email issues we were having. The server was, causing problems every 2 to 3 months. So that's under control. As part of implementing further security issues, we implemented what's called multi-factor authentication for the email. Again, that helps with some of the spoofing and the spamming and phishing that goes on. We disabled some of the older email protocols that are not being used anymore, which presented security vulnerabilities. So that's done. With some mild pushback, we upgraded the passwords to a 12-character password scenario, again, for greater security. We retired a bunch of old servers, as I mentioned. We no longer have any Windows 7 machines. We had a number of those in the network, which again were security vulnerabilities. So those have been all removed. We did the Wi-Fi upgrade at the Village Hall, again, as we plan to do over at the Op Center, to close some security vulnerabilities and give a separate public access versus a separate private access. We did that. We got upgraded as part of the email. We upgraded everybody to the current version of Microsoft Office. There was several versions of Office floating around, so we've upgraded all of those. We've locked down a lot of the network devices, again, for security reasons, changed standard off-the-shelf software passwords to tighten that up. We rolled out a new antivirus software. The one we've installed, we know for a fact that it catches some ransomware emails. None of them, I'm going to sit here and say catch them all, but the one we've implemented absolutely does catch some of them, and we have some firsthand experience on that, which is one of the reasons we rushed to put that in. We've moved to some new security software with a couple of the vendors as far as Neptune and FuelMaster. And last but not least is we've implemented some detailed security logging on the Windows servers, again, for auditing and logging purposes to see who's going where, who's touching what, who's changing what, so we have more accountability. So those are some of the accomplishments we've done this year. So I just want to share that with you.
Well, much appreciated. I think that was super helpful. Do you work on all of the municipal owned town and village buildings as far as everything you're discussing? For example, firehouses, police, the court, community center, etc.?
We certainly do the police. We've been doing the police for roughly 11 years. Yes, we do the court. And it's very interesting that you mentioned the fire department. Christina and I were just chatting about that within the last couple of hours. There is a request for us to get involved with that, but right now I don't think we are doing anything on the firehouses. We do support firehouses in other municipalities, so it's not a problem if we need to get involved in that area.
Just the chief's PCs over at headquarters.
Okay,
That's
got it.
it.
Yep.
So I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What was the request for the fire department?
Just to see if we can offer some help in the world of IT as it relates to whatever their needs might be. Christina and I were just having a casual conversation, and I said, yeah, we could help out on fire if we needed to. Of course, we have done that in other municipalities as well, but it varies from municipality to municipality. Some of them we support on a regular basis, and others I couldn't even tell you where all the firehouses were in Pleasantville as an example. We've never touched a firehouse in Pleasantville.
But that wasn't I mean, that's close to what I was asking. It's actually not what I was asking.
Okay,
Um,
sorry.
No, that's okay. I wasn't clear. That's obvious. Let me be clearer. In the contract that we have with you, so we've outsourced it to your company. In that contract, are the firehouses, ops, court, town, is all municipal environments included? It doesn't sound like it is.
Not
don't think-
only with the exception of firehouses, Mayor. So the firehouse needs are not as significant, and that was never part of the original scope of work that even we were doing. So we
So
really
the
have
police, is the
others.
police under the same contract or a different contract?
Police
'Cause you
have,
guys were working with the
we-
police before.
when we decided to do this, we merged under one contract, even though the police had a separate contract. So it now encapsulates a broader village municipal separate from the fire department. But for all other village systems, the fire department is a separate system.
So again, it's the town and the village under this agreement?
It's the town and the village because the town is on the same system as we are.
Okay, so that includes community center,
Yep.
courthouse, the police, everything in town, ops center, etc.
Correct.
And Christina, fire headquarters is also included in that list,
Yeah.
right? So we're
Right,
not
I'm
talking about
sorry.
the various and
Right.
sundry
Yes.
firehouses. We're talking about fire headquarters is covered by the current contract. The
But just the
other
chief
firehouses are not, right?
Right.
And does
Correct, I'm
that
sorry, I misspoke.
include software and hardware? Are you involved? I'm sorry, I was late. I was stuck in traffic. Does that include hardware and I heard a lot about software, so a lot of cybersecurity, a lot of cleaning up the servers. I had no idea we had that many, etc. So I got all that, but where are we with do you also manage under your contract the hardware again for all those entities that I mentioned, excluding the firehouses, but including the headquarters?
Yes, we do handle fire headquarters, yes.
And I'm sorry I misspoke, but hardware is included in as well, but we do have procurement, we go through procurement for hardware. So the same procurement that we would go through other things. But I think the big headline here and the most important thing to note is that Christina and A1, working with Thomas DeMayo from Multana Davies have done a really significant job of streamlining our systems, of getting us on the cloud, of reducing the need for multiple servers, and most importantly, making sure that we're far more secure today than we were a year ago this time. The threat to cybersecurity is something that we're vigilant about, but we are we have really upped our ability to mitigate chances of that, and that also includes the way we work with our insurance and everything else. So this is overall a good and needed exercise, and I just want to say that they've done a remarkable job in terms of hardware too. They've helped us to not only be more efficient, but to institute better tracking of equipment and facilitate purchasing in a way that is much more centralized. So I just want to thank the team and Christina for doing such a great job.
Thanks.
Okay, Christina, are you the person that when people have problems, or is that sort of trying to understand the role here between the outsourced group and our own full-time staff? So what is your role in the IT department, if I may ask?
Sure, I handle everything day to day. And A1 is handling all of the network security stuff behind the scenes. So anything that comes in day to day, any computer issues, software upgrades, installs, things like that, the phone system, cell phones, things like that is what I handle.
Oh, you're doing the telephones as well?
Mhm.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. That's cell phones and the desktops and stuff. And are you also managing the help that our 13 volunteer committees also need? Because that to me also seems to be makes us a little vulnerable with so many volunteers involved and getting emails that are village emails, et cetera, which I think is a good idea, but they come and they go. Is that something that is that your piece of it?
Yes, along with like the individual departments, like with planning, Jamie Kane will try to take some of that, but often they're sent to me and I assist them with email issues and any issues they have with their devices.
Okay, so that's,
Yeah, they're not typically using our devices though.
Right.
So just, it's just when they log in and out of our systems to just make sure that when they're using village emails, things like that. But Christina fields a lot of calls from a lot of people on a daily basis.
right, that's what I'm trying to understand is, what the different contracts are. I mean, I think there's been huge, well, you know how I felt a number of years ago about the IT work, and that it needed a big lift. So it sounds like it's gotten it. This is sort of like work that when you do it really well, nobody actually knows it. If people know it, we're in trouble. So it's sort of an interesting conversation. But I'm also interested in just sort of the customer experience, the customers here obviously being our staff. And if, the equipment is the right equipment, they know what they're doing. I'm not quite sure who does any of the training, different staff folks and our volunteers especially have different knowledge base about the use of anything from hardware to software and how everything works. So just trying to understand. So it sounds like a lot of progress has been made. I'm not a software expert, so I don't want to pretend to be, but I'm just sort of interested in these contracts as we go forward. And it sounds to me like things are where the staff seems to be happy with it. What is different from this year to last year as far as things we should be expecting in 23 that are a little bit extraordinary that's going to need huge investments? Dale?
We had covered a few additional items that are more of a one-time expense in our equipment line with the replacement of 3 servers that are at end of life. So that will be coming forward in 2023, but will not carry
And
forward.
servers are not a capital expense, right?
You could put them on fixed assets because anything over a $5,000 amount you can, but their useful life isn't quite that long to really have a benefit to do so, but we
Okay.
could.
But you're not recommending it.
Not at this time.
Okay. Take your word for it. I thought that they were considered capital, but that's okay. What else? Yeah, the disadvantage of me being late and you guys starting is that I have to now go back. I apologize. And what's you said 3 things, so what's the others?
Additionally, in the equipment line, it's really just our basic router firewall replacement that does occur every year. So it's really like a rolling schedule. We had spoken about our PEG expenditure line that's currently in for 2023. That amount is currently at 43,500. But as we move forward and we recognize capital equipment changes that are needed, especially for the sound and all that bucket of stuff to improve and enhance our transmission of meetings, the board is able to increase that budget during the year with a budget adjustment against the revenue line. The PEG does carry its own fund balance from year to year because it is a segregated fund balance amount that can only be used for capital items related to the broadcasting and the meetings. currently at the end of 2021, we had PEG reserves of $354,000 going into 2022. I see where we are right now, we will be adding a bit to that balance at the end of 2022, going into 2023 as well. So for the enhancement project, as we move forward, at least you know your baseline of available funds to consider any upgrades and changes.
So did any of my colleagues ask for or look for improvements on the technology and the equipment that we're using at the conference room, and the fact that there are places where the reception is so bad that you're going to have to add some routers to them, because it's like the technology we're using is not helpful to our meetings. So somebody asked for that already?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
working with a gentleman by the name of Mike Miner, who we've worked with in other municipalities. He has been brought in on the audiovisual side,
Great.
and we'll be working with him to add improvements to all that.
Okay, and Karen, did you or Jamie also ask for better equipment when we're outdoors trying to film things?
Jesse has that equipment's available through GoTV.
So we're not getting our own. We're going to only go through.
I don't think we have anybody in-house who can really use it. So I think it just makes more sense. You know, I don't know that I mean, we can look at it, but it's very affordable to work with GoTV, and we don't really have anybody who can do that type of work anyway. Professional, you know, level videography that you would require for that. So I think we're in very good shape with GoTV.
All right, well, we'll see this year, because I think with all of the projects, we're going to have more to talk about, and video, it's how we won the DRI, and that's how we're going to improve communications, I think, and we've discussed it. So maybe this is the next 6 months will be a test ground, and we'll see then if we need to. Okay.
Sure,
all right.
great.
Anybody else? I forgot to ask Dale how she's feeling. Sorry for my misstep there, Dale. Didn't want to interrupt the meeting.
No, I appreciate.
Look good.
I'm still sniffly, but hanging okay.
All right, great.
Thank you. All right. So if that is all the questions for IT, I think we're set to go.
All right, thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, folks. Much appreciated.
Good
All right,
night.
good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
It's like pitch black out there. It's unbelievable.
Stuart should be with us momentarily so we can go over the legal department budget.
Great.
Sounds good.
Okay. Everybody's able to find their detailed budget, either in their email or in their books. Legal is going to be behind the narrative, section 2, page 12.
You said he's going to be down in about 4 minutes.
He's here now.
It's here.
Oh, where is he? Well, there he is. Hello, Stuart.
Good evening, Mayor.
Okay, Stuart, the format that we have been using, which is why we are a bit early with each one, is that Dale takes the baton and runs with it. We don't need to go from department to department on things that are redundant, like increase in certain costs that are beyond the sphere of influence of each department. An example, not in your case, but has been fuel. Fuel is fuel. It doesn't matter. You know, we don't need to go through a line item. Dale budgeted everybody for fuel and electricity and copiers and all that. No need to go through every single line and hear the same storyline of everything's up 30 to 50% in those line items. Personnel is up, insurance is up, and you know, we spread those across every department. We sort of got the picture. Like I call it the 30% picture, which has all been budgeted. So here we are. Dale's gonna go through with the budget items. You'll speak to them and we'll interrupt and insert questions, comments, and at the end, we'll have some more maybe macro questions for a department like yours that we may not have had for others. So unless somebody has something else to add, Dale, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Stuart.
Hi.
So to begin, on page 1, the Corporation Council budget, as a few of our department budgets have been along the way, we have our fantastic employees that not only get charged to the general fund, they are also split out to water and sewer as well. So those employees are located on page 1 with their contractual payment amounts as needed at the end of that page. So page 2 brings us into our equipment line, which we have a small amount in for computer or printer or scanner, whatever might occur during the year. There is a 400 contractual line, and this is Stuart's monthly subscription for Lexus, which we are projecting to not have a nominal increase, needing a budget increase for next year. So that is always fantastic news. We have an amount for telephone, internet, printing and postage, which are all staying the same, along with office supplies and expense. Small amount in for professional dues and meetings. And then an amount in for special legal services on page 3. And this is where our Labor Council invoices are charged. Stuart, I don't know if you want to speak to that line.
Sure, Dale, thank you. The invoices, and I have the numbers. This includes Labor Council and other special counsel. So at this point, that would be Keenan Bean and Bleakley Platt. They've been the two at this point. Keenan Bean's invoices are, well, let me say this. Outside legal expenses, which we'll get to the Hodges line, which is like outside legal expenses overall are approximately $375,000. That does not include McCullough Goldberger because Land Use Council is covered under the planning line. It is not covered under Corporation Council. Labor Council is in excess this year, I believe so far of $140,000. And Bill Harrington's has been approximately $20,000 so far. Understand with Labor Council, we have not received their October bill yet, which would include a significant amount with regard to the arbitration. We have not, obviously, the November bill has not come in, but there is another arbitration hearing scheduled in November. So there will be more bills coming from them. And with regard to Bleakley Platt, I don't anticipate any additional billing immediately. It will depend on when we get a decision from the court. And I would think that would probably be at least 30 days away. But those are the two main that are under the 1420 line there. That's, again, Labor Council, other special. And there have been no other special counsel this year other than Bleakley Platt and obviously Keenan Bean with regard to their work. Their bills have varied month to month, but they have, in view of the fact that there's been some significant disciplinary matters and and the arbitration, they are, I believe I came to about 140, and I was missing 1 month. I was missing June. I could not find that invoice. And again, we have not received their October invoice as of yet. And as I pointed out, Land Use Council is not part of the Corporation Council's lines.
Okay, thank you.
Dale, do you think we've budgeted enough for next year? I mean, I don't know what you're basing it on, but I see it going up pretty dramatically. The reason I say that is even with the DRI initiatives and all that, there's going to be lawyers needed. I just don't think that from a not capability, a capacity point of view, Stuart could look at every single contract. I mean, all these DRIs come with a lot. I don't know if the grants cover legal work to look at contracts and look at them again and all sorts of stuff that goes along with like each initiative. I'm just concerned, and I think Dana White had mentioned this like a month ago, like we need a project manager because in addition to what we do every day, right? So like if I were to just guess, and if somebody just asked me on the street, and they have, what percentage is about just business as usual, as they used to call it, BAU, versus strategic initiatives and extra, I would say 80 to 85% is spent on, like, you know, the water has to be clean, the garbage has to be picked up, the, you know, things have to be fixed, and emergencies occur every year. There's a different something or other. Just like doing the business of the everyday business, and about maybe 15 to 20% are strategic initiatives, grants. But like going into this year, I'm going to say that number as a percentage is going to go up. And it's not a matter of capabilities, but legal is one of the areas. There's going to be union stuff coming up. There is going to be, without discussing cases and names and properties, if I think we're going to do like maybe a dozen initiatives, like it's just not realistic to have 1 or 1.5 FTEs look at all these contracts, plus do that other 85% that we just referred to, plus emergencies that come up, plus foils, plus. So are you sure that, I don't know what you're using in order to budget for next year, but I want to make sure that we get that right, and that there was some, I don't know how to say it. It's not that you haven't put thought into it. It's just legal is a funny thing. It's not a trend line. It could be, I just think we're coming into in a good way. And Karen, I don't think that the grants cover attorneys looking at every single contract and press release or whatever the heck we have to do. I just want to make sure we budgeted correctly. That's all.
Yeah, you know, Stuart can speak to the amount of legal work associated with the contracts. The grant contracts probably are our least problematic contracts, but when we go, I mean, they're set by the state or the county, and they have very little, there's not much you can do with them. They are what they are. So I think that when we get into public-private partnerships and other things, that does create a level of work, but I don't, you know, purely from the grant perspective, most of those, the grant contracts specifically really are very much turnkey. But Stuart, I think, is best equipped to speak to the impact of the DRI and other more substantive initiatives on his department.
Thank you, Karen. The grant contracts, which I have reviewed from the state, are, with the exception of the description, pretty much the same. As Karen points out, you sign it or you don't get it. There's very little wiggle room there. There will be certain other documents to look at. We have the term sheet that's going to be negotiated for Market Square. We have the, and, you know, then ultimately, presumably a ladder, you know, coming further down the line. One of the advantages is we basically just did that work with regard to 30 Water Street. And there will be obviously input from the board and from the from staff with regard to the contents of those documents. If it turns out as we go through that there is a need for additional, it may be. Now, as for labor, that's not something I can predict because I don't deal with the negotiations end. So I don't know what, you know, I can only go by what's before me as to what, you know, a lot of the labor has been spent on disciplinary. If there aren't as many disciplinary, there's not going to be as much spent on, you know, by Labor Council. From that end. So I can't tell you that. Will it possibly be necessary to have someone else look at some of these things. It might. Foils have never been an issue because generally I don't get involved with the foils unless there's an appeal or unless I get a question from someone as to, what exactly should be produced. But it's rare that I have to, in fact, be the one to produce the documents for the foil. It's usually on the other departments. On occasion, I will get involved. I do have a few from the police department that are fairly large that I'm working on. But I think the 200 is a fair number because I think at this point, I think it's an appropriate number given where we were this year with the work that was done. If at some point there's a need for additional legal work in terms of some of the developments and some of the projects coming up, obviously, I'll discuss with staff and with the board. But at this point, I think the number is sufficient, but obviously I defer to the board on that.
Okay. I'm honestly trying to be as polite as I possibly can. But I learned from my parents a long time ago, I'm not going to suggest an offering someone more money and fight to pay more for stuff. I think it's too low. It isn't a question as you break it down line by line. We want to redo all the codes. With a department of about 1.75 people, really 1.5, because one of the people is always in court. Every time we pull such a small number to work on so many projects, we then have to either not get something done, which then makes Manny Casada really, really angry because he keeps waiting for things that don't get done that he's been asking for a decade. So if we want to get some of the legal stuff done, the capacity is a capacity. You can't create capacity. You can't add capacity to what Stuart's already doing. What you could do is add people, time, or money. No more time, because he's at capacity. Therefore, the only thing you could do is add people or add money. I'm not asking twice or now 3 times to have that revisited. I think it's underestimated. And then we're going to be told in 6 months from now that things can't get done or they're delayed or this and that. We really haven't had that problem. So I certainly don't want to fight to increase a budget. So I've said my piece. I can't predict what's going to happen. I don't know if there's going to be disciplinary actions. I don't know what the union stuff's going to look like. I don't know these grants. It's not about the grant. It's that when you want to do the community center, you have to hire engineers. So you have to look at a contract. You have to hire the painters. You have to look at the contract. The landscapers to do this and that. You have to look at a contract. Everything takes time. So I'm just putting it out there. I'm not going to fight anymore about it. I think it's underestimated. I don't have the right number. That's not my job. That's you guys, not mine. We just approve. But I would just suggest that the legal fees are going to be high next year. And I don't want things not getting done because we didn't go out and hire a half a person for 3 months or a lawyer from some firm who specializes in who knows what. Knowing that we have so much coming down the pike, and especially the text for the code, which we are going to have to hire a law firm for, but I'm guessing and predicting that we're going to need more help than we are budgeting for. So,
well, the code changes as relate to zoning also are not part of my budget anyway.
That goes under land.
That's planning.
We'll be talking about that with Joe and Maddie on the next round of budget. So I was just actually going to mention that. So some of those costs, and actually that we had talked, Mayor, about increasing that line. And I think that we have, if it's not reflected, we had a certain amount budgeted. We had the board approved not more than $30,000 for that budget this year. So, and then we can talk about, we sort of put a TBD in that for land use council for next year. Otherwise, again, I defer to Stuart, but, whether we have more labor council, we will, the things to understand about labor council. So we will be negotiating 2 union contracts next year. So that is just something that we may want to consider.
I said my piece. My job's actually to reduce the budget requests that you all make on behalf of our residents, not fight for more. But I do think right sizing is really the right way to do things. And that's all I'm trying to get to. All right, we're gonna move on. I'm getting no support on this conversation, so everybody must think we have plenty, we have budgeted correctly for this. I'm betting you all $10 that in June, the conversation will be different. Somebody will be owing me 2 cups of coffee. Okay, Dale.
And since that, hold on, Dale, since the mayor brought up my name and part of the conversation.
Oh, you know, no, you're not part of the conversation. I just know exactly what's going to happen in 6 months.
No, and I think, you know, and I think going back a little bit of history, sure, part of the budget, you know, where we have situations that are known, and I will agree with Stuart, you know, there's things that we just don't know what's going to happen. There's just things that happen. I think what I do want to say in what you may have mentioned, there are projects that we know that we want to address through the year. That is a fact, you know, things that, you know, Stuart has to be involved. And I think that's the part that I do agree with you, Mayor. You know, if there's that capacity, you know, and what does that look like? So that's, you know, I think, you know, if there's something in addition, Stuart, and I'm going to just put my 2 cents in here, that you feel that you are going to need more support to it, you know, we want to help you. You know that.
I understand. So my point is this. I can't predict that, and I won't predict it. If the board believes, and the mayor's bet may be a sucker's bet for anyone who takes it, but if anyone wants to do that, then you can increase the number. Worst that happens is we don't hit the number, because it's possible. I mean, you know, there may be matters that have to be brought in state Supreme Court, or there may be other things that come up. I'm not, you know, I'm going by what I'm seeing from Labor Council and the special counsel, you know, that we had this year. But I'm not averse to having the number increased. I understand that's sort of the opposite of what goes on at most of these. But right. I'm certainly not averse to doing it. You know, the effort is here to, and I know it's not a knock-on effort. I got it. So if there is a sense that perhaps there will be more required for next year, because I guess you will have police negotiations starting again, you know, pretty soon after this arbitration. You know, that's fine. Whatever. Again, I defer to the board.
Dale is keeping a list. Dale, add this to the list of let's just look at it and make sure. I mean, I know you're keeping a list like from all the departments of things that we might think should be taken off, things that we think, maybe we need to go up, because at the end we want to come at a number, right? And how we move meet that number, it's really up to staff at the end of the day. But we want to have a good budget. We want to have a budget that we live by and we say, yeah, you got that about right. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, unless somebody else, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Because essentially at the point that we reach the adoption process, we will bring to the board any changes that we've spoken of and proposed during our budget meetings, and a schedule will be done that will show pluses, minuses, or changes in revenue sides or expense sides, and the board can make a motion to adopt those changes, which become the final budget, or we do a tweaking of some nature. So there is another round. Yes.
All righty, we're gonna move along. I think we're good. Anything else? Anybody have any macro questions about legal department at this point? Long term, short, okay.
If I might just point out, there is, and Dale, I don't know if you got to it yet. We do also have special legal services that relate specifically to litigation. That does not include the Bleakley Platt matter or 34 State Street, but these are the litigation matters that are pending with the village. Other than 34 State Street, there are currently 21 open litigation matters. And this includes, you know, and we have 2 law firms that the village employs for that. primary firm is Hodges, Walsh and Burke, which has been the village's counsel for over 20 years. On one matter, we are using the office of Morris, Duffy, Alonso, and Faley. That's because that matter has been viewed as one that will impact the village's excess layers of insurance. So this is a separate litigation counsel. The matter was essentially taken over by excess, although the village's self-insured retention is still involved. Remember, on these matters, the village has a $100,000 self-insured retention, which is reduced by counsel fees. But we do, as I say, have 21 open litigation matters. There were more matters that actually were open during the year, but they get closed. Most of those are fairly simple property damage cases. But the ones that are still here, some of them have the potential for large exposure, which would, as I said, mean in excess of, it would involve the village's entire self-insured retention. So we've asked for a slight increase in that. This special legal expenses here, legal services, these are actually, this is not payouts on judgments. This is what we pay to counsel. So this is, so thus far, through the date of this printout, it was $138,050.70 paid to on litigation items. That would be primarily for Hodges Walsh, with a smaller amount for the Morris Duffy firm. Given the cases that are out there, and that some of the cases will be reaching either motion stage or trial stage. That's why there was a request for an increase on that in terms of legal expenses. Both firms have kept their billing rates down. I think John raised his last year to, I think it's 175 or 195, but it had been many years that he had not had an increase at all. We did an RFP for them and they were reappointed to be the village's counsel. As I said, Morris Duffy is a special case because of the nature of that litigation, which involves a very serious head injury as a result of a motor vehicle accident.
Thank you.
Yep.
Did it, Dale? Karen, I know where we are. Who's up at bat?
Joe Agostinelli will be on momentarily, and then we'll be reviewing the building and planning budget.
Well, thank you, folks. I know you will be talking about the fee schedule later in the week. I did send a note to Maddie, Dale, and Karen with a few changes. There is one addition that I mentioned with Maddie earlier, dealing with escrow fees. So, hopefully you'll look at all that and see where some of those changes should come in. So thanks. Have yourselves a good night.
Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you, Stuart.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, everybody. How are you?
Hello, Joe.
How's everyone doing?
It's good. I don't think I've seen you in a meeting in quite a while. Is it my imagination?
No, it's been a bit. It's been a little while.
Oh, that's a good thing. You're supposed to say, hey, that's great.
No, I like to. I would. Too bad we're not meeting in person today, but it is what it is. Maybe next time.
Yeah. That's okay. Dale is treating us all to dinner next week. I don't know if she mentioned that to you or not.
No, I was not aware.
Oh, yeah. Put that on the record. We're on record here, public record. Okay. Well, we're running a little bit faster than we normally do, but I'm waiting. Is Dale on? I see the picture in the background. Maybe we'll wait. Well, I've been saying the same thing. Everybody has heard me. We're doing it a little bit differently in that Dale's going to take a role of sort of talking through the budget, because she's been sitting with us from department to department, and certain costs and expenses that are beyond your control, heat, oil, I don't know. copiers cost, telephone, all the stuff that gets allocated from the same way across all the departments. We're not discussing them because you don't control them anyway. There's a bunch of costs that every department head doesn't control. We're going to be specific to your stuff. We'll probably ask some questions as we go along. So she's going to run through the meeting, and that's why it's been going a little faster, because she has a sense of the rhythm. And she
Okay.
also knows each department so well that it's very helpful. You know, we just did law. The legal department has got some nuances and some macro issues that are very different than yours. Yours is different from DPW, but this is also, you know, you've sat through many of these. What hasn't changed is that budgets are not just about numbers. They're also about telling a story about the department, thoughts you might have for improvements in 23, things you want to get rid of. You know, this is the time to discuss, you know, wish list items, druthers, things, ways to save money, but things where you might need money that you might have, or just things that between your department and others you want to bring to our attention, which this is a good time to do it. Everything's being recorded, as I think you already know, but I just want to remind you that that is the case.
Okay.
And it is a shame we can't do it in person. I feel when we're in person, there's a whole different sort of rhythm, which I personally like. But this works just as well. Dale, I just did my spiel about
Thank you.
how you will be running through it, and then we'll be asking questions as we go along from the board and insert comments and stuff. Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Here we go.
Good evening, Joe.
Great.
We will start on page 1 of the building department detail budget. It's located in the narrative section 2 behind page 41 if you're looking at your binder. So our first row of accounts are for our personnel expenses for the department. We did notice and change for the upgrade in the assistant building inspector title to go to a grade 12 versus I believe it was a 9 before, Joe?
Yeah, it was a 9. It went to approved as a 12 now.
Okay, thank you. So that has been recognized. The other contractual expenses fall below the 100 line and bring us to our 211 line, which is computers. Our IT consultants have recommended 3 new computers for the building department for 2023. So we've included those in their budget. There's an amount in for the arborist that is staying the same as the 2022 amount. Moving on to page 3, we have our regular operating budget lines for telephone, printing and postage, office and supplies expense, repair and maintenance to office equipment. The amount for constables services is carried over the same amount as 2022 at $8,000. Professional dues and meetings remains the same. Operating expenses, unleaded fuel, which I'm happy to say for the building department, I did not have to increase, which is a very, very nice and happy line item for me this year. Thank
Yeah,
you,
we
Joe.
Tell them why, tell them why, tell them why.
Well, we anticipate, you know.
I was going to
as
give that to
less, right?
Joe.
Well, we anticipate less, as a year ago, we got 2 of the vehicles for code enforcement are all electric. And then this year we got a hybrid, which, by the way, so far since we've had the hybrid, it's all been electric. We haven't used a drop of gas yet, which is good. So, with having at least some of the vehicles, about half of them right now on either hybrid or electric, that's definitely going to cut down the fuel cost.
That's fabulous. So leading forward into page 4, we have an amount for uniforms, which we did increase to cover the additional employees that are in the personnel line. So that I think was an oversight from the prior year. They should have been budgeted, but we have fixed that.
So Dale,
training-
can I just jump in on that?
Yes.
What is, when you say uniforms, what is the uniform?
Joe, would you like to speak to the uniform?
Yeah, I mean, in the contract, code enforcement, building inspectors in the union contract is supposed to be purchasing boots and pants, but we're also buying, which we've already started, we purchased shirts, long sleeve, short sleeve with the village's logo on it for building department as to have all the inspectors that when they're out on the street or in, following up on complaints and all, they're identified as building department staff.
And in court too.
And in court, correct.
There's there a tie that goes with that too when you're in court?
No, but that maybe that'll be next.
Not yet.
Not yet.
That's all I have. Thank you.
What about you, Joe? Do you wear identifying outfit?
Oh, especially when I'm out doing field inspections, definitely. I mean, I kind of break off a little bit like I'm wearing today, a little heavier, but hopefully over the next year or so, when we keep on getting some more apparel and all, we'll have some, for the winter, some for summer. We're building up enough, shirts and stuff for the staff to use.
So it's a requirement of your entire staff, yourself included, that in dealing with the public, they're also always identified in the
Yeah,
office.
and they also have, their IDs. The code enforcement also have Village of Ossining badges that show that they're also code enforcement officers. So we're trying to give them enough to identify them. The vehicles are all, on the side of the vehicles say, with the logo, as well as the electric cars now have also code enforcement on them. So I think, we're leaning towards is to have enough identification. So when they're dealing with the public, they, there's no, they definitely will know it's the building department staff that they're dealing with.
Right. So, but that's a policy that you have. They have to wear them. It's not an
Mhm.
option, is what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, I mean, especially when on court days or when they're gonna be out in the field. If there's a day, maybe when they're inside the office doing paperwork or something, maybe, But I would think we'll eventually get to the point where we'll just, if we have enough different shirts and all available for them, it's just to wear those every day.
Okay. You're gonna be the role model for what all staff should be doing.
I'll be the role model going forward.
Yep, you are, because I think people need to be identified when they're dealing with the public in some way. or another.
Understood, I agree.
Much appreciated. Yours, of course, more than everybody else's department. Thank you. Not a logo, by the way. I have actually gotten emails to correct. I always call them logos. It's actually a seal. I have been corrected by a number of residents who follow us.
Well, I'll do a mea culpa on that one. So when we kind of got some direction from the board that we wanted to make sure that everybody was looking in tip-top shape and could be easily identified. And this was before the new seal had actually been agreed to. So we've been using just the Village of Ossining logo from the website
Sure.
for the shirts this year. But going into next year, we'll have the new seal front and center.
So, no problem. It's all transitional anyway. I'm actually impressed about how quickly it's getting done. I just want to make sure that everybody gets the same message and that people understand the difference between options and mandatory. That's all.
Yeah.
So anyway, thank you. What else we got there, Dale?
Okay, so moving a bit further down the line, we have an expense line for training school education. We have an amount.
Can I post that for a minute?
Sure,
So,
yes.
Thank you, Dale. So I'm gonna piggyback on the next two lines in there, Joe. If you can help me understand a little bit. On the school portion in 2022, we budget 2,500, but you didn't utilize anything.
Right.
And the same thing in 2021. Is there a particular reason why? Or is that training or education? Because I know you do go to training. The reason why I'm saying that, because I know you do training for the state, you need to get some hours and things of that nature. Is that a different type of training line that those items are that fall under?
No, what happened was the training always used to be, you'd have to join, we'd have to sign everybody up on the local MISBAC. Obviously, I was as Westchester MISBAC. And they usually do it at a location. Every year they were doing it at the county center. And, you know, of course, there was a cost for it. But when COVID came about, the state changed that, and obviously there was no more gatherings. So over the last couple of years, they've been accommodating it by doing them as webinars. Where as long as you signed up, you just could do it as a webinar on your computer. But the assumption is as we start to go back to normal, they're going to be back to doing it where you have to do it in person, which will something we will have to pay. So we left it, even though we didn't pay for it over the last couple of years, the anticipation is once they go back to in-person training again, then we're going to need the money to pay for that.
Okay, totally understand that. The direction that you feel that this is going to go, do you think they're going to go back to that? Because it seems a little bit unaffected in a way. Do you think they're going to go back to live, or they're going to do webinars?
Well, this year they did do it live, and they were doing it at a venue in Yonkers.
Okay.
But they allowed us to take the choice this year to do them webinar or in person, and we felt that it was best to not take the chance and just do the webinar for now. But I'm assuming maybe by next year, they're not going to have the option of doing it online going forward.
No problem.
I mean, if they do it online as a standard, then the reality is we would sign up that way, and for now, until they tell us otherwise, we wouldn't have to pay for it at all, and then we'd save that money.
Sure, no problem. So thank you. So the next slide. Can you explain that to me? The safety inspections, contractual landlord tenant regulations, I'm assuming it is. So we have not, I guess the first time we only budgeted in 2022, but we have 0. Can you explain that a little bit more into what that is, please?
I think, Dale, we had the conversation what that line actually was covering. I'm not sure if that was that the one that was that an error that was put into a wrong department?
It was previously in Department 8988, and then moved in 2020 for 2022's budget. This is the landlord tenant registration initiative.
Right.
So is that being completed?
Well, we don't have that in our as it is right this moment, but I think that's what we're going to be looking to do going forward.
And I think, Joe, if I remember correctly, that's something that Municity can do, will do. It's still sort of in the hopper. So I think if we could leave that money, it would be helpful just while we, continue to explore what the capability is going to be of the system once we go live.
Correct. And then the idea would be to initiate that program. But I think there's a conversation, we got to, I guess, have that put into our local law. And that's when we get to that, I'm hoping this year where Stuart will have that proposed and we can start implementing that. And I think we kind of held off a little bit, like as Maddie said, until we can have have our software actually be able to maintain the records of it.
I don't want to sound sarcastic, but let's hope so.
Which we have to try to stay positive.
Now.
Same.
We're getting there.
Okay, noted. Yes, it is a project in process. So further down, we do have an amount in for computer software, which is split with an 80% portion charged to the building department, 3620 line, and then 20% is charged to our planning department, which we will see later on in the 8020 department line.
Right, and that cost on there is we paid the first implementation fee. That's been, I think we're pretty much completed with that. And this is just the annual fee for them to maintain the program. Great.
So page 5 leads us into 4980, which is where we are charging when the building department has expenses for either doing brush cutting of weeds or grass control. We have done snow removal invoices as well that have been charged to this line. And there is an offsetting revenue account that also keeps track of the charges that are then getting billed out to the property. Any questions on the expense side of the ledger? Okay, so if we move forward to page 7, starts our revenues that are associated with the building department. So as we just spoke about, here is the revenue line that goes against that expenditure line for those charges. They match other than $500 because we do leave a 500 buffer in the expense side, just in case. Safety inspection fees, we kept going forward at the same revenue amount as 2022. They are currently at $32,850 received of a $45,000 anticipated amount, so we should be on track. Dormant property registry, which was a new initiative. It looks like back in 2019, Joe, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we are seeing revenues for that initiative. Fire inspection fees, which was a new schedule for 2022's budget. We're seeing a revenue amount come in there as well.
And that just, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, pop in.
That was just, remember we added the fee that when we said we would do fire inspections, the first inspection and one follow-up inspection was not charged to the property owner. But if they did a third or fourth or fifth one, they would get a $500 charge for that. And it seems to be working out well because a lot of the ones that we do, the landlords are just getting it done and fixing the problems before they get to the third or fourth one. Because we haven't really had to charge many, they just get them fixed right away because I guess they're starting to realize that they're going to get charged for it. But also with that being said, I mean, we'll be doing a lot more hopefully once we get fully staffed. So some of it could be just the fact that the amount of inspections that we'd like to be doing will eventually increase once we fill some positions. So we'll see how that number goes, but we're leaving the same anticipation for $5,000.
Okay, the next revenue line is for building permits, for which we're keeping the budget amount at $185,000, same as 2022. Currently, to date, of that $185,000, we've taken in $160,593.50. So it looks like you're on track to reach your budget number by year end.
Yep.
Tree removal permit, our actual revenues to date are slightly over our budget amount. We are keeping the budget flat as well in this line for 2023, along with our public safety permit budget line, which has just now reached the budgeted amount for 2022. So that is fantastic news on the page.
Quick question before you jump in. Joe,
Yep.
What is public safety permits mean, please?
That's one of the ones, I guess, correct me, Dale. I know we have one called safety inspection, one called public safety. One, I believe, is like electrical and plumbing.
Permits.
for
Yes,
permits.
when it's a permit. Mhm.
Correct. And I think the other one on the safety inspections, as you say, here you have it as included as Section 8 building inspections and other types of inspections. But I believe the
Right.
public safety ones are electrical and plumbing inspection permits.
Yes,
Because typically a building permit, when you refer a building permit is pretty much, it kind of goes back to an addition and also part of the electrical and plumbing. So we separate that. Yeah. So
Right, we separate them.
yeah, just
That's-
for the
That's
clarification.
the general code though, right? Dale, like
Yes.
there's
Mhm.
it doesn't really make intuitive sense, but
Correct.
that's the way it's broken out.
That's fine. That's okay.
yes, that is correct. And then page 8 leads us into our sign and awning fees. And the final revenue line for the building department is our building fine and forfeitures, which this amount comes through amounts reported from the justice court that are then given to the state, and the state then comes back and divvies up the justice court revenues between the state, the town, and the village. We did lower this revenue line for 2023 as we have not hit anywhere near that number back to even 2019. So we are writing that number as we move forward into 2023 to recognize expectations.
So a question on that, is that because we're not writing that many building fines and forfeitures? Or no, yeah, I'm on the same line, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Or is
Joe?
it just not cashing in on us?
No, we're still writing a lot of court appearance tickets. It's just, the judge has the final say of what the fine is going to be. So,
That's where I'm going with this.
yeah, I
So-
mean, some of them just, the cases just linger on a bit longer and the fees are, and some of them it's just that the fine amounts that they're collected are just less than they've been in the past. Those are kind of out of, we don't really have control of that. We just write them.
I understand that, but it's kind of frustrating if you're writing legitimate fines or remedies or whatever it is, and we're decreasing our number, and you're writing just as many, if not more. Something doesn't add up. Is it we're not getting support? Is it are they finding things that are not true to what you're writing? I mean, that's an insignificant drop. That's $30,000. Even though you're, 21 was, you brought in 21. All right. And then, you went from 50, now we're down to 20. It's
Bob, I want to kind of piggyback on this because I was looking at the same thing. So for the past literally 3 years, 20, 21, and 22, more or less, we had a $50,000 except for 20. Sure. The amount that we've been collecting is literally, the average is less than $20,000 in the past 3 years.
Yeah.
So obviously pandemic, which I'm assuming, that was a big factor of that one. So I want to kind of compare that to 2018 and 2019. So I want to take a little bit of a different approach to what you, Bob, were talking about. Not that I disagree with you, but is it, Joe, let me ask you, and I'm just throwing this out and you don't have to know this answer because I'm going to go back to 2019. If you were to compare 2019 to 2022,
Right.
in regarding to how many violations or orders of remedy you have issued, more or less, is it comparable to that amount or not quite?
No, I think some of it had to do with, remember, there was a time when the court was not in session for a number of months. So, no cases were being heard and there was no fines being collected. So that was some of the issue when you see in 2020. And then I think.
I'm talking about 2022, Joe. 2022. Forget about 2020, 21.
In 22 right now, we've written up a number of, there are a lot of cases that are in court. They're just, they're just still in court. They're not being, satisfied, and there's not fines being.
Are you trying to compare numbers, Manny?
I am a little bit of that, and a little bit maybe is it because some cases when you go in front of the court, after that they go into compliances. They do comply with whatever regulations that they failed to. So is it more? Have you noticed more compliances this year maybe than previous years, or just cases that were dismissed, or cases that were lower the fines of what they were addressed?
It's a little bit of everything. Some of them, the fines have been reduced. Some of them been just that the cases are just lingering on and being adjourned for a duration of time. So they don't get to the fine stage. Some of them are, you know, we're just working with some of the people maybe to get some violations satisfied before it gets to a court ticket. But there are still a lot of pending cases right now in court. We just see, you know, I mean, what ends up being the decision in the end of, you know, whether what the fine is. You know, but I think the potential amount of what the fine could be and what they eventually implement as the fine are reduced pretty dramatically.
Is it like 200? I don't want to say 200%, but is it?
I mean, like where a
100%?
fine, maybe where the fine could be, you know, maximum fine is, you know, $5,000 and the fine charged is maybe $300.
That's insane.
Okay. Okay.
But again, you know, we can request what the fine could be, and then it's decided upon as the decision by the courts.
We understand that. So and obviously it's a discretion of the judges at that point.
I would say, I mean, we've talked over the last number of years is to try, I've been trying to come up with ways to maybe get compliance when people, you know, have violations that they commit, and then collect a permit fee as basically not called a fine, but like administrative fee, so that, you know, they are paying some sort of a penalty per se for doing something like not pulling their permit when they take a tree down or whatever. So instead of putting that in front of the court and the judges to drag it out, you know, because it's not always, look, I mean, if people don't show up to court, judge can only ask to, you know, send them a warning letter, and then it becomes instead of something that can be done in one hearing, it's, you know, 3, 4, 5. Then they want an attorney, and then they get another adjournment for that. So, you know, the way the law is, it allows people to basically extend their time on a violation. And it has to be granted because legally they have the right to get an attorney, or, you know, ask to get defense or so, you know, for their violations against them. So, you know, rather than dragging us through all of that in court, you know, we just have to keep coming up with ways to, you know, when somebody does something they're not supposed to do, we collect it as an administrative fee rather than waiting for a court fine.
So I'm going to piggyback on that, Joe, and that's something that I think I have asked, and we had a little bit of internal conversations. Omar, you've been part of that. Mayor, you have been part of that as well, and I think a couple of the members on the staff, is I think we should start looking into administrative fees. I know this is one of the items that you know, more like, you know, for Stuart actually to do a little bit, you know, more. I think he has done a lot of research, some research on this. There are some, I believe there are some ways that we can improve that. To me, it's more like improve, you know, the life safety sometimes in some situations, not 100%, but in some of the stuff is life and safety areas that, you know, property maintenance items that fall under the category the New York State Code that, you know, we as a board have established, and we have strengthened a lot of our local laws, trying to help Joe, trying to help our community. You know, and I think we have to start taking actions of this. Sometimes it just, my understanding is it takes a lot of work, not just writing a violation, but serving the people, doing all this additional paperwork. And I know, believe me, and we have talked about that. This is not a way for us to recoup the money. This is a way to make sure people are making compliances on their property, maintaining their property. But if we are failing on that, we have to do something. And we have to do something now, because we've been talking about these issues for years. You know, we've been talking about
Listen,
overcrowding.
I just want to interrupt for 1 second, because I couldn't agree more that we have to do this, but in the interest of what we have to do, I think that we want to maybe carry this discussion on, because it's not something we'll be able to resolve.
And that's what I was going to go.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was going to go into. I would like to, you know, not formally request, but I would like to actually have a conversation and a work session. What are the steps that we should be taking next?
Absolutely.
so-
Yeah, so we are well aware of the situation. I think some of the things that we'll be discussing as we go into the planning budget too, there's a lot of things, areas of improvement all around. We are making major changes in the planning and building departments and the way we're operating. And some of this will be reflected in the budget, but more of it will be reflected in discussions that we'll be having over the course of next year. So in the interest of just sticking to the budget strictly, let's
But it is part of the budget and it is part of the conversation.
absolutely, but just to keep the conversation flowing on
know.
what we can resolve in this meeting.
But
So
what we can resolve, because it's not just about budgets. Dale, you used the term revenue, but it is actually not the goal of these fines and the pricing that this department is not a revenue department on this basis. That's not why we set fines for violations. We set them to put a as much as we can, some sort of a number so that it would be painful for people not to follow what they're supposed to do. That assumes they know what they're supposed to do, and that's not the case that's not actually the case all the time. But you use the word revenue because it's a finance discussion. That's not the goal here. It's not a revenue department. This is not taxation. These people already pay taxes. This is a way to say, hey, you know, for the people who are bad neighbors and behave badly, like they go to court. Spending your 4 hours on 5 weeks in a row in court is frankly also punishment, and paying for attorneys is part of the deal as well, because that also is what they have to do. They pay lots of money to the attorneys that have to defend them. That's also part of the deal that isn't being mentioned here. So I just want to remind people that some of the stuff is not that we are supposed to be generating revenues from this area in Joe's department. That pricing is used very specifically in our fees and fines. We also have a legal department. And who's the attorney that represents the village? It's not you, Joe. It's not your people, right? Who is it?
No, our prosecutor, Sonia Tanksler.
Right, so that's a part of our legal department, also a conversation which we didn't have with the legal department. We could have, if they went after you, we would be asking what's going on here? Why aren't these things being settled? So a lot of finger pointing goes on the quality, because it's not just about quantity, right? It's also about the quality of the tickets. It's about the adjournments that you just described, Joe. It's about all sorts of stuff that goes on, but I just want to be very mindful of the purpose of the fines. So it worries me that we look at things sometimes. Well, you made more last year. Why aren't you making as much? So we just have to be very careful about that. And I don't want the people to think that that's what we're doing.
Yeah, and just to piggyback, I believe I said that it was not.
You
just
did.
not
I'm
about the
just
fines,
underscoring what you
about the
said
fines.
because
Yeah, correct.
what you said is the most important part here, which is a conversation about what is the goal of all these fines?
Yeah.
What do we want to do with them? It's not about whether it's $1,000 or $500 or whether Joe brought in 50,000 or 30. It's about quality, quantity, and then how do we move this through? And does it accomplish what it has to accomplish? And that I think is the work session discussion, right? That's really what you want to discuss.
correct.
But I don't want people, I was talking to Manny, I don't want people walking away from this if they're looking and go, oh, that's another one, because that's what they do say, right? Just another way after I pay taxes that I now have to pay for this too. So I just want to put that on the record.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
but yes, obviously when we get to that conversation, I'll add more to that
Yeah.
context as well. So I'll keep my comment.
And we'll be discussing this when we do fees about everything. The parking, this, right? We just have to be very clear.
No.
That is not our goal to raise revenues this way for the village. That's just what
Yeah, but
happens.
just to step in there, some of these that are getting reduced are, it could be substantial staff time that's spent on this, and we're not even covering our cost of staff time when they do this. I'm not saying every one of them, but I'm sure it happens, right, Joe?
Well, when we do a court appearance ticket, we have to pay for service. So there is a cost for that. It could be, whatever
Right.
it is, $75, $100 to the constable to serve it. And then if the prosecutor is being paid, to prosecute the cases. There's court times, expenditures, there's, code enforcement writing it up. So obviously there is an expense, and each time you got to go to court, it's time that you have, building department officials at the court with the prosecutor. I understand there's a cost to that. And I know trustee Fritzie, you brought up that maybe sometimes what should be collected is at least the expenditures of the village to prosecute a case, at least to collect that back, not to make money, but to cover the cost.
No, not, I agree 100%, like a surcharge or whatever, however you want to call it. I agree. But again, we can tear this apart in the work session.
Yeah,
The- the
I
only-
think that's right.
The only thing I would say is, in some of the situations where we've been able to charge administrative permit fees for things rather than writing up court tickets, that has actually worked well. When we've put into our fee schedule that if you do work without pulling your permit first, and they're made to come in and take those permits and they pay a permit fee that would have been maybe
Mhm.
$200 and now it's $1,000. I mean, that's a cost that somebody doesn't want to spend, that extra $800, but it gets the point across that you needed to pull your permit first, and
Right.
next time they know I'm not going to do this again. It's like if I was speeding 2 times and I got a $400 ticket for that and I had to pay that,
Right.
hurts. I learned my lesson, like don't speed, or wear your seatbelt.
Or your seatbelt, exactly. But I
So,
think that goes back.
those are effective.
Yeah, that goes back to administrative costs, administrator tickets. We talked about this, and I know, Karen, you want to move on, but we have talked about the sanitations in that area. We have talked about a couple of the stuff, administrator tickets or administrative fees for this kind of stuff. So just keep that in mind. I'll be quiet now, and then I'll hold that to the next work session, I guess.
Thank you.
All right, we'll pick that up again.
It's never ending.
So in light of that, do we want to review the changes Joe is proposing for the fee schedule?
If you want to do that now, sure.
Yeah.
I think there's only a couple of changes in the fee schedule. One of the things was we talked about the tree permit fee. What we're realizing, and for good reason, that the arborist that we have as the consultant is more often now than in the past requested, if you take down a tree, you need to replace with trees to plant. So homeowners are being asked to put in a tree planting plan. But whatever is being acceptable to be installed in place of what they're taking down, the arborist has to approve that, which means he's going back a second time to inspect that. So when we collect the fee for the tree permit removal, it's really only, the village doesn't really make money on that fee. It's just to cover the arborist's consulting fees. But because he's going to go back a second time, we're obviously going to get billed for his cost. And I know Maddie and I have spoken that we're going to work with him about generating what those fees will be for the 2 times he goes out. But the increase that we asked is in the tree permit fee is really just to cover his time to go back a second time, to ensure that the people are actually replanting and not just taking out trees and that's the end of it. They don't replant at all. And I believe that the state, as he's told me recently, that the state has said, unless a tree is in bad condition and is about to fall and it's dead, you're supposed to replace a tree 1 for 1. So if a person wants to take out 3, they have to plant 3 new ones, and then he has to approve what they are and go back and see that. So that increase on the fee schedule is really just to cover his time to go back and make sure they replant.
Okay, so let me ask, and this, I don't know if I'm getting this right. I'll ask both Maddie and you, Joe. So people sometimes they take it down for aesthetics, they just don't like it because they can't throw a ball with their kid, the tree's in the way, whatever. Sometimes they take it down because it's going to fall in their car, or at least they think, right? Like whatever. Why wouldn't we give people an option? And and you guys probably thought this out. Instead of setting the arborist out, why don't we just give an option? Say, look, you take trees out, it hurts the environment. But within a 3.2 square mile area, you could put it into a fund. You don't have to go and get a tree for whatever amount of money planted, then we have to bring somebody else. Why can't we create a fund and it could be planted within the village in a zone that makes sense? And they would be told, like, we plant them right here and it's done within 12 months. And then we would keep our word. Because again, goal here is not to find another way to raise revenue by doing this stuff. That's what taxation and other things are for. It would save the arborist time. It would allow people, like, I don't know if that's just the wrong incentive and I'm missing the point, but is that something you guys have thought about instead of this system, or does that not make sense to you?
I mean, it's, Joe, I can start. It's something that
sure.
we've talked about a little bit, because I know the town of Ossining, was trying to get a tree bank going. We can certainly talk to the town and see if it's been successful.
Oh, okay.
It's definitely something that I know the EAC is working on some proposed changes to our tree legislation that they want to bring to the board's attention probably
Oh.
early next year. So that might be a time that we could sort of, zipper in that conversation with Kate and her folks. But it is something that we've thought about, and to the mayor's point, it might make sense to at least give the option. There are certainly going to be some people who are going to say, no, I like those trees on my property. It's just this one's dangerous, and I would happily put one back in its place. That I'm not going to have that concern, but to sort of leave it open as an option. I think maybe in certain zones that the board may want to craft a rule around might be an interesting option.
Well, we have an EAC. Maybe this is a project like these guys. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say guys. This folks really might know it. And Joe, you can go in front and hammer out, like, from your perspective, why some ideas are good or bad. I think choices are always a good idea. Obviously, I grew up in an area where people would just like literally cut down 20 trees. Just didn't like it for aesthetic, and it created real problems in the ground movement for their neighbors, because then the ground moves when you don't have roots and stuff. So obviously there's parameters and boundaries, like everything in life. There has to be some balance, but I think the EAC is a good option. I think people like options, to do stuff. And then you have to bring arborists back and forth to look at things. Anyway, food for thought. So
We
I'm
can,
glad
I
to think
mean,
about it. Thank you.
if that's something, I mean, I know on the fee schedule, we could always address that, down the road. It doesn't have to be adopted now. I think you can change the fee
Yeah.
at any time, so.
Yeah, it's
we
not
can-
just about
we can
fees. It's
discuss
just
that.
how yeah, it's the same point made before. It's how you use fees. What is the goal of money, and how one asks people for it. And fees are not just, it's not a revenue thing. It's like, what is the purpose of every fee that we are putting out there? Okay, well, thank you. I don't want to beat this. I mean, you
We
guys are
can,
thinking about it already. That's the answer. And EAC is a great way to put this through. Appreciate it.
We think we're gonna, Maddie, we'll probably talk about that. We know we have a meeting with the arborist, I think tomorrow again, so.
First thing tomorrow morning. That's right.
We'll
Okay.
discuss that as well.
What else?
And I think the other thing was, Dale, was one of them was, we collect for some reason, deposit fee for businesses who put up signs on their building, and I'm not sure why that it's always been that way, but it's been like that for years. They always just collect the money, and then a couple of weeks later, they're getting their money back. We just figured we don't collect a deposit on any other type of permit. I can't understand why it was ever implemented as signs, particularly, especially around.
I actually don't know what
property.
you're talking about. So what are we talking
It's
about?
just, it's on the sign permits, there's a fee on the schedule that says we're supposed to collect a deposit of $200. And once you install the sign, you get it back. We just feel it's just money collected to give them right back. I mean.
What kind of sign?
Any business sign for a new store that's opening. I'm not sure where it ever started, why it's on there, but we didn't understand. It's just really kind of a step that's not needed, and we just wanted to remove it from.
So when a business opens, it's supposed to pay $200, put up a sign, then they get it back?
They pay the sign fee for what the cost is for the permit, plus an additional $200 deposit. And then once the sign is installed, they get their deposit back.
What if they never put a sign up?
They never get their deposit back.
Maybe that's why it was done.
But in that, agreed, but in the case of anything else, people do any other type of permit, we never collect the fee for that to say, if they choose not to do it, they just don't get their permit fee back. I mean, but I don't know why we would hold the $200. Not like if they don't do it, we're gonna use the $200 and install it for them.
It's actually $120. Joe,
$120.
for the
$120.
100. Yes,
120,
and
I'm
it's
sorry.
120 and it's $75 for the
Right.
actual
total-
permit
total
itself.
Was close to 200 to
So
120.
you want to do the permit, but not that extra fee.
Yeah.
Yeah, there
these days,
Right.
must have been a rash of non-sign putter uppers back in the day.
It just, I didn't know what
Obviously,
started it,
it's
but I didn't see,
Crazy.
understand it.
Okay.
So we
Now,
just
you
passed it
also,
again.
I'm sorry, you also proposed something about a fee of permit issue to be a triple of $1,000, whichever is greatest.
Right, so we do already have where it's $1,000 for not when you don't take a permit, whether it be electrical, plumbing, building permit fee, a fee, you get $1,000 or 3 times the fee, whichever is greater for someone who gets caught doing stuff that they don't take their permits for. But in the case of tree removal, we don't have that implemented and the discussion we had internally was that if people go around and just start cutting down trees without getting approval, taking their permit and getting the arborist to say, yes, you could take it down, or what you need to do to replant it, if they get caught with that, those same charges should be charged for that as well.
Yeah, I think our feeling,
Interrupt
you
for
know,
1
based
minute.
on,
Excuse me, Maddie, excuse
Yep.
me. I'm not sure why we're discussing fees. The conversation about revenues, are you discussing fees? Because some of them, if we eliminate, we would have to change the revenue line.
No,
Don't we
No,
have
we're on the fee
conversations that
schedule.
occur specific to fees, but not on these budget discussions?
No, we're talking about, correct me if I'm wrong, Maddie or Karen, we're talking about fees because part of this is part of the building department, obviously, but it does affect what happens, next year at some point in time, if we decide to change it. He's just making suggestions. I don't think none of this stuff is irrelevant to what, the amount of money is going to get collected. Because we don't know
Right,
how
so
many.
shouldn't
fees
we
are gonna
be having a
released.
work session on all of Joe's fees and his recommendations and go through the line items rather than having, if it's 30,000 or 50,000, Dale can adjust. Shouldn't we
the
be
fees-
discussing fees
We,
separately?
we can do that, but the fee schedule is part of the budget and it is usually discussed during budget time. It can be discussed what we can, and I think we have in the past discussed it in work sessions subsequently, as they would just be budget adjustments anyway, so. It's really up to the board.
The reason why we typically do this now is because Joe did his presentation and now we're going through the process instead of having an additional meeting for that. That's part of what we have done in the past.
Right.
I feel like we're
Yeah,
going
yeah.
down a different path, but okay.
And I believe on this one, those were really the only fees we were looking to
Okay.
change. It was only 3 items.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
which-
Maddie, I interrupted. You want to continue your thought, please?
yeah, if I may, just, going back to what Joe was saying about the, the tripling of the fees or what have you. Our assumption is that has already applied to trees and it applies to it today. Before even making this explicit in the fee schedule, but Joe had a concern that, maybe it wasn't as clear as it could be, that applies to not only construction, but also taking down trees. So our feeling is that it probably is, applicable right at this very moment, but just to make it clearer for people who, need to be shown the fee schedule.
Right. Correct.
Okay.
So, but wait, Maddie or Joe, there are additional stuff in here. Telecommunication consultant escrow deposit paid by the applicant, which you have highlighted here, which is a $4,000 escrow deposit. And is also another highlighted portion here for the freshwater wetlands permit fee.
So if I could just pop in for a sec, those were originally under the planning department fees in the fee schedule. So I was just moving them from the planning department to be under the building department.
Okay.
The fee itself
There's no
has not
changes-
changed.
There's no changes on the amount,
Nope.
it's just changes of the location. Now, can I
Exactly.
ask may I ask why is that? Because obviously freshwater permit, some of the stuff, does that fall under, Joe, let me ask you this, does that fall under your department? purview?
Yeah, because we collect, we have to issue the wetlands permit fee. So Kellett Sessions is actually the consultant for us. We collect the first $50 from the applicant so they could do the review. And then if they determine that, they don't need anything wetlands, then they're done right there with the $50 fee. And if they do, it could be either done administratively. And if it's done administratively where they do the review, then they just charge the fee, how it's set up in our contract with them, whether it's $300, $400, depending on what it is. But we collect it at the building department. The only time it ends up in the planning is if Kelly Sessions says, well, they're in front of the planning board for a site plan approval, and the wetlands permitting for review will happen as part of the planning board approval. But we do collect the initial $50 fee, and we have to collect the fee if it's done administratively. So in this case, Dale moved it over to the building department revenue because we're collecting those fees.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Fair enough.
And the telecommunications, we've always been collecting that fee. They always, we have to pay the consultant for the telecommunications, so we collect the escrow for that.
Okay,
I think it's just Dale correcting, so it's in the right department at this point, since we collect the fee.
Yes.
Thank you.
okay. Anything else?
I believe that covers it, right? That was the only changes we had.
Yes. That was it. Great. Thank you, Joe.
Thank
Joe?
you, Joe.
Before you go, any other things you want to share with us? We're going out of 2 years of COVID, your department. There are a lot of things put on hold by government, state, federal, blah, 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 about all sorts of stuff having to do that I think directly affected your department. Renters, owners, all sorts of stuff. 23. Any big thoughts that the board either needs to help you with, stuff that you would like to make us aware of? This would be a moment in time.
No, I mean, I think what we've been talking about, over the last number of years about trying to implement certain things that I'd like to do. I mean, unfortunately, under the circumstances, we've had some employees that either have left and moved on to another position or for whatever other reasons. And we've been just it's been a little bit of a challenge to get replacements. I don't know, what the issue is with getting enough candidates that are looking for these type of positions. I know that, you have to take a test, you have to be on a list, and it goes through the county, and the state has some involvement in getting candidates. But it's been a little bit challenging for that. Not so much. I mean, the staff that we have now is putting in, a number of people are putting in the extra time. I mean, understanding they get paid overtime for it, but they're willing to work that time to try to keep what we can going to service the public. But ultimately, the positions that we have vacant, we just have to try to get them filled so we can, be more efficient in what we do with the public and get permits, inspections, fire inspections, things for code enforcement. A lot of stuff that we want to implement to improve and do things better in the village. We just have to have the staff to do it. And I know, Mayor, I've brought up often, you've mentioned about, we can implement all these laws and rules and so forth, but if we can't enforce them, what the kind of just words on paper. But we don't, I don't want it to be, I don't want laws and things to be put into place that we think are beneficial for the village, and then we don't enforce them because we just don't have enough people to do it. I just want to work this year on, hopefully we can fill these positions, and then we can start talking about implementing a lot of the procedures and things we want to do to improve safety and just do a lot more things. And having Maddie helping out the department a lot is good, because she comes up with a lot of good ideas and things that we can do to make policy and procedure better. Right now I'm doing a lot of the everyday work because I'm just trying to fill in the time, but having her there trying to look at the big picture helps a lot. So hopefully going forward, we can start coming up with better, better things, just like we talked about a little, we got a little bit off track today about the, what we do with fines and how we, prosecute people for things they're doing that they shouldn't be doing. But we just want to improve on that. And I think my focus, at least for the beginning of this next couple of months in the beginning of the year, is just to get people in place and get them acclimated what we're doing here in Austin and get us off the ground to start doing these things.
Okay, well, Maddie is actually, I think, both from capacity and capability is additional support for the group. Staffing has been discussed by a number of departments. It's been discussed all over Westchester, all sorts of different jobs, at all levels of government, but not just government, private industry. So we got to do what we can with what we have, with the capacity that we can do it. So I think that's going to be helpful, and we'll see if there are other creative ways for the board and manager to be more helpful. All right, anybody else have any questions, folks?
No, I just have a general comment, I guess, in a way. You know, it's as Joe mentioned, you know, one of the biggest things, and it was brought up in our meeting yesterday, is staffing. And I do want to say thank you to Joe and his department for all the work that they've been doing. There's some hiccups here and there, but I think, you know, for literally I don't want to say 3-man department, because it's not just 3 people doing that. But what I can say is 1 building inspector and 2 code enforcement. That's it. You know, and I know Joe works sometimes weekends reviewing stuff, at night reviewing stuff, emails in the middle, I don't want to say in the middle of the night, but I have received sometimes in the middle of the night information that we have requested. So I do want to say thank you, Joe, for all the work that you've been doing. I know Marissa and Maddie and Karen are working and trying to find someone that is appropriate to fit the department. Hopefully, I'm going to cross my fingers that person will be there pretty soon. I think hopefully maybe 2 people, a code enforcement and assistant building inspector. So just thank you for the patience. Sometimes there's a struggle because it's not us. Believe me, it's not them. It's powers beyond the village of Austin, and that sometimes it kind of affects that portion of it. So that being said, something that I want to add to this, and hopefully maybe this year, I hope, is this year coming, I'm talking about, not this year, 2022, 2023 at some point. We have talked about this. I think Maddie brought up something similar to that effect. And Joe, you and I have talked about this for years, is education. I mean, how do we educate our public? Sure, from code enforcement to building inspectors. You and I had several meetings, at least 2 meetings within the community a couple of years back. I think we should start doing that at some point of time. Hopefully when you get more help on your department. I would like to have, again, the presentation that I did many years ago with the previous building inspector at a previous planner. I thought it was helpful. I think that should be videotaped somewhere, somehow, going forward. One of the things that we did talk about with our personnel director as well, was about educating our community and how do we engage them to actually prepare themselves to maybe become, you know, part of a municipality. You know, what does that look like? I'm going to send you the link that Peacekill did, and how to become, or what to do if you're interested in becoming a building inspector or work in a building department. I thought it was very smart for them to do something like that. I thought it was very helpful. They did it through Zoom, you know, so I think just think about that way. You know, how do you know, I know you do a lot of that portion when you go to someone's house or when you talk to contractors, you educate them, you know, what to do next if they're doing something wrong. Imagine that in a bigger scale. Imagine that in a bigger portion of helping the rest of our community as well, and try to bring him into that. Just a little bit of information sometimes helps. And I know you do that already, but I just want to put that in the record portion of that. And just, and I know you have a Spanish speaking code enforcement now, which has been very helpful for your department. Know that you do not speak Spanish, because your Spanish sometimes is better than my Spanish. So I do appreciate all that stuff as well that you do. So, you know, what I'm trying to say is thank you for all the good work that you've been doing. I know it's a lot of work, and it's always, you know, Joe, thank you. And please thank your staff as well. And hopefully we're going to have the right people to help you for next year as well. So, and I'm just going to put, you know, more work into your department after that. So just, you know, just be patient with me, I guess.
So thank you for those words, Trustee Quesada. But yeah, I
Okay.
mean, look, we just, like I said, we just trying to do what we can to just do the best service at this point right now. And, you know, I'm looking forward and positive that going forward, you know, we'll start to get some staffing. And Maddie and I have spoken about a lot of this about, you know, putting some things together for education and stuff for the public. So that will be something we're focusing on going into this coming year. We've talked about it a long time, and it is true. Educating the public on a lot of things, and just for, you know, proper, safe living, you know, apartments, homes, and, you know, process of pulling permits and all is goes a long way, because I believe educating is probably the best way to get people to comply. Because like I said, we know, because we do this every day, but the average homeowner and tenant doesn't know that. Yeah, we definitely want to have that going forward.
Thank you, Joe. Very much appreciate. Thank you, Maddie. And Dale, take it away.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, everybody, have a good night. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Good night,
Good
Joe.
night.
Thank you,
So-
Joe.
Maddie's going to take us through, Maddie and Dale will take us through the planning budget.
Okay. So behind section 2 narratives, page 56, if you're in your binder, is the planning department budget lines. So we start off on the first page with economic opportunity and development, where we have a small amount for personnel, legal notices, telephone, internet, office and supplies expense, professional dues and meetings, training school, education, computer software.
Sorry, Dale, sorry, or
Yep.
Maddie or Karen. So help me understand on this one, short. For the planning department and the $28,000 that was budget, can you go a little bit more into the details of that one? And what does that mean for 2023?
What are you looking at?
First page.
So, yep. So the
Okay.
budget line 6989100.
Yep.
So this was a 20% split of a salary. I believe, and Maddie, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that we'll be moving it to a 400 series line
That's correct.
Okay.
for the
Now,
adopted
The
budget.
total 28 is gonna be moved to the 400 line, or is it gonna be a percentage of that?
I don't think we've worked out the split yet, because we don't have a contractual amount. But I imagine that the split will stay the same as it is now, just a lower number.
Correct.
Okay.
So as we go through, you'll see 20% is in 6989. 40% is in 8015, which is our zoning, which is on page 2 as we move forward.
So I'm sorry, Dale. So the same thing is gonna happen on this one, correct?
Correct.
For the 5599.
Yes. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So we have a few other contractual personnel line items in 8015, which brings us down to page 3, where we have an amount in for publication of legal notices, another line for telephone, internet, printing and postage, which we may be able to reduce. I'll throw that one out there. Office and supplies expense, maintenance and repair to equipment, consulting services, which is currently at a base amount of 1,000. Training school and education is the same.
Sorry, Dale. So can we go back to the consultants? And I'm not sure who'll be able to help me with this. So right now, we've been putting this as $1,000 throughout the past couple of years, 2019, but we have gone over every single time.
Sorry.
So currently, for the current year, the form-based code amounts are getting charged here for the zoning. So that's the reasoning we're at 7,379.
Is that the only
Uh,
consultant? Is that the only consultant that we are charging on this line?
I will pop into that account and
I
take a
think-
look.
That was also for help with the DRI prep, if I'm correct.
For 2021?
446.
Hold on one second.
I'm going into the detail.
I think it was both. I think it was 21 and 22.
Keep in mind that 21 was the planning and the execution of the DRI application. So there were expenses incurred.
No, I understand that. That's what I'm saying. I mean,
Oh,
is it just one consultant or like maybe two consultants that were used on this line? Because there's a
Right.
couple of consultant lines in here that, just.
There might be multiple, I'm thinking it must be multiple consultants, but
There-
Dale,
Yeah,
Yes.
I misspoke.
There-
What I was just talking to is in a different place.
There
All
are
right.
two that, there are two that were charged here during the current year. It's Kellard Sessions and Burkhart, Fish, etc.
BFJ.
EFJ.
Thank you. I knew there was something I was missing.
So that's the
that-
form-based code work.
That's the
That
form-based
is-
code work.
Okay, so that's what so that's pretty much, so is that something? All right, maybe not, I was gonna ask, is that something that is gonna be recurrent next year, but we don't know that, sure.
Why would it be?
I'm asking, that's what I'm asking.
That some of these, like, could there be other work? And I don't know, it's hard to know specifically, but I do think that as we finalize the contract with Nelson Pope, that we will be looking into some changes that affect these lines.
Mhm.
And I think we're gonna have to come back and revisit because of the timing of the changes that we're making. And one of the things that we're looking at is making sure that we're driving efficiencies across all our consulting lines. So actually, one of the charges, one of the part of the scope of work is really making sure that these charges are streamlined, that they're escrowed properly, and that we have a greater efficiency given the mix of consultants that we sometimes use for more technical jobs. There are a couple of things that may come up that would require, if we extend the contract, and again, these may be in different line items, but I just think everything's subject to kind of change once we enter the new agreement with Nelson Pope. And I just, that way, some of these things, but I think we continue to go through and we can generally speak. So we have an idea of where we can, strengthen and work on making sure the budget makes sense and we're not consistently overspending on a certain line item.
I agree, again, because I know we have different consultants, but looking at the pattern for the past couple of years, we never stayed $100,000. That's my reasoning, and we kind of, that's what
Good
we are.
point.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think if we reconfigure this a little bit,
Yeah.
then we probably have a more
I think he's
realistic
asking
budget.
for a reduction that's more realistic, if I'm understanding the conversation here.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna have to reconfigure some of the stuff, but especially under the consulting services line.
Great, thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
go ahead.
So page 4, for the zoning department, 8015458. This is where the land use special counsel part of it is charged. 25% goes to 8015 for zoning, and 75% goes to the 8020 department, which is planning, which we'll see on the next following page.
Sorry, Del, sorry. So on this one, where we have 2022, sure, we had $15,000, and then we are, as of October, I'm assuming, $40,000. Is
We
that
did-
part of what what we hired the consultant to do the zoning updates, I guess. and
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
I've established a purchase order so that the funds are encumbered in this year and will follow us as we finish out the project.
Great, thank you.
Sure. So moving further down the page, it starts our planning department, 8020 department number with personnel costs flowing onto page 5. There is an amount in the middle of page 5 for part-time. There was a request for summer intern for 2023 at $7,020. There was also one computer that A1 had recommended. So that has been entered at $860. And then 8020 400 is where we budget for additional grant writing services and things of that nature.
And that was DRI, right?
Yes,
I was wrong earlier.
yes, no,
Yeah.
yep, it was charged here.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving forward to page 6, rounds out almost, not quite, the rest of the planning department budget with amounts for printing and postage, office supplies and expense, maintenance and repair for equipment, a small amount in for professional dues and meetings. Here is the other portion of our consulting services for our land use special counsel is located there. I
Hold on,
think.
sorry, that was.
No,
So can you please-
I'm incorrect that time.
Okay. So are we saying that we're gonna be, because it looks like we've been going over, it's a little bit weird, sure, the pattern here is totally weird. So is it $25,000 accurate number per se?
This is, yes, so this is for non-escrow planning consulting services. So at this point, because if there was a service provided by Kellard, they were billing us all within one statement, but with different headers. So if something was attributable to the building department or to the Department of Public Works, it would, for the most part, land in the 802 budget, regardless of the function performed. We did start cleaning it up for 2022 and hopefully now have everything into its own buckets so that moving into 2023, we should be okay.
Okay, great, thank you.
Oh, sure. On the page following, page 7, this is where the other 75% of our land use special counsel is charged. Here is below is the planning department portion of Immunicity that flows into 8987 department in 8988, which is on page 8. So there's a small amount in there for dues and meetings. And that really rounds out the expense side of the budget for the planning department. Maddie, did I miss anything?
You did not.
So
That
can I-
all looks right to me.
Can I ask a silly question and before we go to the revenue portion, or maybe I should ask in the revenue portion? We have a plotter at our planning department right now.
Yeah, we do.
We haven't used, unless someone tells me otherwise. I think we have used it maybe a handful of times. And I don't recall, that plotter is at least, I want to say maybe $10,000, maybe less. Let's say $5,000 worth. I think it's a little bit more than that what we pay for it. But we don't use it. What are we going to do with it? And I had asked before if we can just sell it So, or do something with it, because we have a printing company that we send out anything that we need to print that is more efficient than this. So is anybody can tell me what are we gonna do with this plotter for next year?
Definitely. Dale might remember that a couple years ago in the town, we had a similar situation. It was a piece of equipment that we thought was going to be super useful. It was not. The board was able to declare it surplus and sell it on Auctions International and made a pretty penny. So if
You do
the
that,
board
please.
is, pardon me?
I'm okay with that. I don't know if anybody else is. If we don't use it, you know.
Well, for me, it's taken up half a room down there. So that's sort of more my gripe. But
Hey, can you say what it is? What is this?
It's a big printer that prints, you know, drawings pretty much, or posters, or like, you know, more than, I think it can print 36 by width by
Yeah.
whatever length you want. So more or less.
We've used it occasionally, but I'm not sure that the amount of use we have for it merits the size and space that it takes up, and we could probably make the money back and
every
use it.
time we're like, how can we use that room differently? Oh, wait, we can't because
the plotters in there.
Okay, I'm in favor.
Okay, so we'll
I
plot to
need
get rid of the
somebody else
plotter.
from the board to agree to it.
well, we'll put a resolution on for our next meeting to formally declare it, and then
All right.
we'll
Thank
take
you.
it from there.
Thanks.
Good point. Forgot about that.
Okay,
Thank you.
so there are a few, now I don't know that I should call them revenue lines, but on page, on page 10. So that starts the other side of our balance sheet equation. So we have
Application
zoning.
fees. You can call them application.
These are accounting.
So these are zoning fees, along with historic preservation, planning board fees, and special permit, which is used for one-time expenses. So we do not budget, as you all know, for one-time revenue incomes. So we do leave that at zero, but we have received $14,580 unplanned in that revenue line this year. Okay. Anything to add, Maddie?
I do not.
All right. Perfect.
Okay.
All right. What else
So-
do we have, guys?
So I think that wraps up our building and planning. I see Bill Garrison here, so we're ready to start Parks and Rec and Youth Bureau. Shima will be joining us too. So,
Great. Thank
All
you,
right.
ladies. Not that you're leaving us because you're staying for the whole thing, but thank you. All right. Hello, Bill.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Are we waiting for Shima?
Hi,
or are we
Bill.
Starting. without-
Hello,
I
how's
think
it
we can
going?
start
Great.
because yeah,
Great.
Oh.
Okay. So Bill,
Sure.
Dale's gonna take over. She's gonna go through all the line items. It just seems to move faster. We're only gonna talk about things that are in your influence, heat, electricity, cost of copiers, not in your area of influence. It just gets budgeted. No need to go over that with you. We're just here to learn about where we're going into 2023, what we're getting rid of, what we're adding, what we're keeping the same, and anything that's needed of the board. So the board can consider approving as is or ask questions to make some changes. So
Yeah.
let's take it away, Dale.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you. So if you are referring to your binders in section 2, the Parks and Recreation and Youth Bureau detail budgets fall after page 50 in the binder. So moving forward to page 1, we will start with our fantastic parks employees that are budgeted on page 1 along with contractual obligations that fall forward to page 2. And then at the bottom of page 2, we start with our equipment line. Bill, would you like to speak to the more detailed equipment that you're looking for in this year's budget for smaller items?
Sure. So the big thing is that the $12,500 for we have to do some maintenance on the lighting system at Vets Park. And what happened was there's a piece that equipment that broke, and the piece is no longer available. So we have to replace a panel up there. We were able to kind of get through the fall season of softball and soccer, and because we didn't have money to do that in this current budget year. So we're going to move that $12,500 to repair that into the new budget. A skid sprayer, that is for the watering of the plants and the trees. Current one we have is extremely old, and we've done a lot of extra things to keep it going, to limp it through this past year. So we are definitely in need of a new one of those. Infield drag is just another piece of equipment that can help maintain our ball fields. And then just the other things that we've been doing is just the typical weed whackers and blowers, which we've been getting.
Bill, your
electric
connection's a little
blowers.
unstable.
I think that's it.
Bill, you're
Yes.
coming in a little garbled.
Okay.
So
me
sometimes
see
you're
if I can do
perfectly
something.
clear and then I don't know if it's,
Is that better if I turn off?
yeah. It seems to be a little bit better, yeah.
Turn off my video?
So far, yeah. It kind
Okay.
of comes in and out, but yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I'll keep that off then, and we'll see how that works out.
Okay, thank you.
Things you've learned for 2 years of Zoom. All right. So do you want me to repeat that in about the equipment, or did you get most of it?
Everybody okay? Are we ready to go on?
I'd like to hear it again because it was very garbled.
Okay.
So the big expense is the 12.5 for the field light control box, which is it's an upgrade to the current panel box at Vets Field. We had a piece of equipment, a part that went in that, and that system is over 20+ years old, and they no longer make that part. So the only thing we can do is to put in a new light control box, and so that is the fee for that. A skid sprayer is you've seen that on the back of the truck where the parks guys are going around watering the plants on Main Street and Spring Street and all throughout the village, and the trees in the parks. That is on its last leg, probably about 2 years ago, but we've been able to limp through the past 2 years and keeping that running. So we're definitely in need of that. And the infield drag is just another piece of equipment that helps maintain our ball fields. And just the remaining part of that is just the miscellaneous equipment, which is weed whackers and blowers, push mowers, things such as that, smaller pieces of equipment, which we are pushing towards and leaning towards, as you know, getting the electric equipment for those items.
Too small for
Any-
capital expense, right, Dale?
They are included on the capital plan in the below section. That's for, small capital items,
Oh,
but they're
okay.
included in the budget.
All right.
Yes. Bill, do you want to speak to the line below that as well?
Which, Which one's
The
that,
sev-
Dale?
The 7110-400, where you are requesting Snowden Park development and master plan.
Yep, sure. So we've been talking about Snowden Park for the last couple of years about different ideas there. If you recall, some of you that have been on the board for a while, about a soccer complex there that we had kind of put on hold for some number of different reasons. We also had put in there for restrooms to be added to that. There's some problems with the layout of Snowden Park. One in particular where the parking is and the playground and the restrooms. There is no access, ADA access, or even regular access from the playground down to the restrooms or the playground, or the tennis, or I'm sorry, the basketball court or skateboard park. So I think the best way to go is to get some landscape architect in there to help us develop a master plan for that park. How do we use it? How do we set it up? You know, before we bring in a new bathroom, restroom, is the current location the best location? How do we install walkways from the parking lot down to the restroom, down to the basketball court, without going into the street, which is currently the only option right now? So I had reached out to a landscape architect just to get a ballpark figure, and that's where that that figure of we put in there. Yeah, it was $50,000 to do
Yes.
$50,000 to do a master plan study for that park, so that we can figure out how to best utilize that going forward.
You're sort of saying two different things. One's a master plan about the whole park, and one is how do you create a pathway, literally, for ADA usability from
Well,
point
I
A
think
to
the
point B. Those are two totally different things.
I think the master plan would show us where the best location is for the restroom. And so it might not be where it currently is. It might be up on the upper field where walkways to that would be easier to do.
Mhm.
And then just having a walkway that's not ADA accessible that would lead down to the tennis, I'm sorry, I keep saying tennis, but it's basketball
Right.
courts and the ice, or the skate park. So those are, and do those need to be ADA compliant as well? So those are things that we need to consider before we move forward in any development of that park.
Okay, so for like 2 days, I've been trying to add money where I think it's too little. A plan of a path for 50,000, which is really, you can't change the location of the park. You can change within the borderline, the boundaries, the envelope, how things are put together. So, and in that neighborhood, it isn't like people want more parking for that park and whatever, because every time you add something, which was the problem with the soccer field idea, is that it creates congestion, not from the people who live there, but the inability of people who actually live there to use that space because everybody else comes there. And so that's actually one of the reasons, even though soccer field is a good idea, it wasn't so overwhelmingly great there. $50,000 for a plan. I'm not an expert in this, but I've seen enough budgets in 7 years to know that that is a really high number to figure out ADA paths without building anything for bathrooms. So not really in favor of that price tag. I'm in favor of the idea. Man, you got your eyes going over there. I know we're not sitting next to each other, but did you want to say something? Because I've been spending 2 days saying you guys aren't budgeting enough. But to me,
Let me
either I
just
don't
add, it's
get
more,
this or I'm not buying it.
I just want to add, it's more than just doing the ADA pathways. It's looking at drainage. It's looking at locations of the ball fields that we want to put in there. So it's much more than
But
just
what
putting
ball
in.
fields?
Well, you have the soccer fields that we have in there now currently, which there are some drainage issues, so it becomes really wet. The parking, the restroom locations, the access of pathways from the parking lot down through the park. It's kind of like a linear park, which there are no current pathways. So how do you put that in an ADA, cross, this a walkway going down that's going to crisscross to make the elevation compliant with ADA standards. There's a lot that goes into it. So I just want to add that to make that more clear.
I just want to add one thing. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Trustee
No, no,
Quesada, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Karen.
so I think that, the $50,000 is, depending on how involved it gets, obviously you can manage this. There are some real elements, and I think conceptually, this is something maybe we have to explore a little further to maybe have a more workable number and more defined scope of work. Snowden Park's an important park, and it is sort of it has potential, it's a lot of space, but it has a potential to be utilized more effectively given the needs of our park. So I think the idea of looking at it from how do we redesign it and make sure that things are accessible, and we're addressing any drainage issues too. Drainage is a big issue in that area. Make a lot of sense. It may be something that we want to look at to see if we can create a scope of work that is more, I don't necessarily want to say scale down, but again, these are sort of conservative estimates without a lot of due diligence behind them at this juncture.
I'm not sure if you're done, Karen.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm done.
Great, thank you. So I'm with the mayor on this one. Look, I was working, helping out a column early today about 3 different proposals here in Westchester, doing actually studies and feasibility stuff. And it was not even near the detail that we get into our reports, not even near to what this is. So this is what I got confused a little bit, Bill. You started saying that there's a concept of an idea of where the ADA and paths are. For that amount of money of $50,000, I can do that for you. Now we'll do it for free. Then you started to talk about, drainage issues and things of that nature. So a landscape architect, to me, with all respect that they have as a professional, they do not deal with that drainage. It's more like an engineering level. So you calling or giving us a number for something like this for a consultant that you said you call to get an idea of a number, that's just unrealistic for me. My suggestion will be, if anything, to remove this item from the budget and have a deeper conversation in a work session and a near work session to understand a little bit more or clarify what the concept that you are trying to propose for this particular location. To clarify something that Karen said, all the parks on our village are important and are essential. There's a lot of our parks that do not have ADA accessibility either. So if we are going to be looking for something like this, we should be looking at all the parks, not just a particular park. To me, I will just remove this item from our budget and just looking at this in a different perspective as a work session and have a little bit more of a concept of what this means and just have a little bit more clarification in what a budget will look like on what we are trying to accomplish on this. That's all.
It's always a dilemma when we do these budgets. They're like stakes in the ground, but we got to get more than this, okay? Most of the budget items have much more detail. So first I'm hearing about it at a budget meeting. I shouldn't be hearing about this first time in a budget meeting. This should be a project that could be discussed with, at least in concept, like almost everything else we have. There's been a year since the last budget meeting to put this together. So put something together and then we will put it in for budget instead of saying, let's just do a budget based on really nothing that the board has seen. And hearing really for the first time, drainage is one issue, ADA is another. ADA for this, ADA for what? 30 Water Streets being built as well. There's supposed to be park access. There's like, these things never end. Is this something that came from the committee, from the rec advisory, that they look at parks in the summer every August, I think? I mean, I was on that committee. They walk around, they make recommendations against all the parks. Like, we need a shelter here, and they prioritize it for us. That's the process we have in place. Let's stay with the process. If EAC put this as a number one, I'm sorry, not EAC. If the Rec Advisory Board recommend this number one, fine. Otherwise, we don't do budgets for concepts. We do budgets for like some straw person. I don't even know if it's straw person, straw man, but it's got to be more than a concept and putting 50,000. I'm actually, given our budget, would be happy to make this the year that we take on one more project. But I think from a board perspective, at no point in time should this be the evening for the first time that we're hearing about something. In my opinion, as a vote of one.
Mayor?
At all. So I'd really like this to be flushed out more before any amount is being put forward and understand what it's going for. Sorry, Dana, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
It's okay. It's funny when you said that, 30 Water Street will be going in really just down the street. It kind of stands to reason logically that Snowden Park will become a destination for people who live there.
Right.
And that whatever we do needs to complement that. I mean, if they just, basketball courts and a playground and some other stuff a skate park might be enough, then you've got an open field for soccer, but I don't know, maybe we need to kind of think about how it will be used in the future because there's going to be more people down there.
I agree with you 100%. That's why this should be in a coordinated effort with what is needed with the building that's going up, because people will be going there rather than it's a chicken and egg conversation.
So I think there's an easy fix to this because again, this is, again, we have a lot of moving parts. So while we recognize that the board does need to be aware of things, we got a lot of moving parts and we do have the Rec Advisory Board that's very active. So connecting all the dots, we try our best to do that. Sometimes we miss a dot. This might be a missed dot. So we did review this before the board sees it. So Bill vetted it with us. We thought it was good to bring forward. We recognized there wasn't a work session on it, but I do think that whether it's this or a broader look, I would say we do have landscape architects looking at drainage issues along our waterfront too. So we may be able to do maybe it's not a soccer field, maybe it's a rain garden. I don't know. But I think that we can have a constructive discussion about this, and we'll relegate it to a work session, and then hopefully come up with something more comprehensive. And then we can also loop the Rec Advisory Board and Bill in on our plans for 30 Water Street and make sure, again, you peel the onion, there's a lot of layers. But again, the intent, I think we all have the same shared goal. And I think this is a really worthy concept. So we'll flesh it out and we'll bring it back in a work session.
Yeah, the problem is that I don't think it should be in the budget.
Move this item from the budget?
Because we've been through this round before. This is where we get in trouble, when we budget and then 3 months from now, well, it's in the budget. And this is where consultants go, it's 50,000 when it probably could have been 20.
I'm not saying to keep it in
I
the
actually
budget.
don't want it in the budget right now.
I'm not saying to keep it in the budget. What I said is we'll relegate it to a work session.
Okay,
I'm not
great.
saying to keep it in the
So we're
budget.
saying the same thing.
We are saying the same.
Great.
But let me ask you something. Is there any point in time, by the time we flush this out and it does come to the work session and there's soft costs involved, that we want to bring somebody on board to do this? Do we want to keep it there as a placeholder? Or, it's the first step has to happen. And if we're not budgeted for that first step to happen, I get it, it's a concept. But we need somebody to give us an idea. We don't have it budgeted for soft costs or whatever it may be to start working on this in the soft costs, because I'm sure Bill's not qualified to put a package together. I mean, as far as a drawing or some sort of a concept, or are they going to come back to us and say, well, we got a consultant that's going to cost us $35,000 and we have to pass a resolution for it, but we didn't budget for it?
I think for me will be more like, get the involvement maybe at some point. We have a lot of projects for next year. There's a lot of projects, there's a lot of things. 30 Water Street still not approved. It's gonna be going on the construction for the next at least 2.5, 3 years, when they get all the approvals. So to me, we have some time to coordinate whatever is gonna happen in the park. So if anything, I wouldn't mind putting anything for our next budget for 2024. That's just where I am right now. Because there's a lot, based on the budget that we are looking at right now, and based on some of the capital projects that are part of the parks, there's a lot of this stuff going on as well. It's not just this one item. There's other capital projects that are going to be taking a lot of time on everybody's hands. So look, that's just me.
For me, there's a process in place. There's ideation, there's concept, there's ideation, there's something that has a little flushed out, and then there is, you don't go to consult and say, here's a park, what is it? And I'm sure that's not what's happening here. But we've been down a road of like, I have an idea, and then we go down this road and the consultants work on it, and it's not actually what we thought was happening. We need one step beyond the concept, with like realistic consultants can come out and at least give you an idea. And then we have to see if it's coordinated to an adjacent project. For me, it's not all the parks. If there's an adjacent project to that's in the works. And this is not the first go round on this particular description where we keep coming up with concepts, but there's just not enough meat here. So it's one step before it should be reaching the board for money. It's really like my point of view, and I don't think it's Manny's. Manny's going down a different path. But for me, in a budget discussion, I'm a no on putting this till it gets a little bit more that we can actually look at something, understand what the goal and the desired outcome is. Once we do that, we have an idea of how it fits into a picture, etc. And this is not a project that has come to us from community members who say you must have this or you must have that, at least not the way it's being presented. So it may not be presented in the way we should be hearing it, but some projects come to us that way, where some projects are emergencies.
A lot of this, I believe, was, Bill, if I'm misspeaking, please correct me, but this is the input of community through the Rec Advisory Board. So again, we try our best to put together a really full picture of everything we're doing. We have a lot going on. So it's a concept that we can explore, and a wonderful opportunity for the Rec Advisory Board to come in front of the board early next year, and we can discuss it more thoroughly. But the issue of accessibility is an issue that I hear a lot about. Our parks, we're investing in our parks to make sure that they have accessible playground equipment and inclusive playground equipment for a variety of different needs. So I think it's an important concept. And again, we will fully flesh this out and include the input from the Rec Advisory Board, and then we'll bring it to the board early in January or early next year, and we'll.
Yeah, my recollection is this was not a high priority, actually, that they had priorities. They have lots of priorities. They had a dozen of them. So I think we're actually all saying the same thing. For me, it's just not ready yet. So when it is ready, then the board can look at it as one of their recommendations because they had a lot of recommendations about lots of different things. And they prioritize things, actually, which is very helpful. Okay, are we ready for the next item?
Okay, so following that, we have our regular operational expenses for electricity, heat, professional dues and meetings, operating expenses for vehicles, including fuel, materials and supplies for the parks, and then maintenance and repair to buildings and grounds is on page 4.
Sorry, Bill.
Yes.
Bill, can you fill me in a little bit on the maintenance and repairs of the ground buildings? Obviously, we budget $23,000, and so far we are $73,000 over. More like $50,000 over budget. Can you fill me in what happened?
Right. So part of that, I think, was the repair to the Kilbrook walkway. Is that true, Dale?
That is
put into
correct.
that?
Yes.
Okay.
for the fence. And I think there were actually two separate repairs that were all both submitted to FEMA for reimbursement. We actually just signed off on the scope completion for that fence project, because it was actually, we actually had put in for 3 different fences to get reimbursed from FEMA from Tropical Storm Ida. So there is an offsetting revenue line that will reflect the FEMA and CMO funds that do come back from that application.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
Sure. Maintenance and repair to equipment, as well as ball fields, lights, and park facilities. There are no increases proposed for those budget lines. There's a small increase on page 5 for beautification. So this is where Parks charges their flowers, their baskets and barrels and all that fantastic stuff.
I just asked a question. I just want to go back to uniforms.
Yes.
Again, we went over this year. And Phil, can you tell me what uniforms that were? What is this uniform line? What's involved in that?
So by contract, the parks employees get $500 per employee for uniforms, as far as any type of shirts, boots, anything that they can, you know, as part that they would wear on the job. And additionally there, we also bought shirts for our part-time staff so that they could they would comply with OSHA requirements, having the neon colors so that they can be seen.
Right. So the neon with the reflective.
Right.
So, and your employees are wearing the same type of shirt.
Yes.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Continuing on page 5, we have maintenance of tennis courts, tree service. Those amounts are staying the same as the budgeted for 2022, and that brings us into Department 7140, which is Recreation Administration. So as we've talked about previously, sometimes we have people that are charged across multiple departments, and that is the case with these lines, but they are all a 7,000 series department, which is different than them getting charged to a fund change like water or sewer. They do all stay within the general fund. It's just the function of the department that they're getting charged to. So page 6 follows forward with additional contractual obligations associated with personnel. This is also at the bottom of page 6, where our part-time line is for recreation programming. So this is all of our after-school program part-timers. And Bill, do you want to touch upon that?
Just want to mention that for the last 5 years, that line has been going up pretty substantially, because we've had to keep in track with the increase in the minimum wage. So this is the first year going into 2023 where there's not an increase in the minimum wage. So that's why we're able to maintain that same level of spending.
Great. We did budget for 4 new computers on the page following. That was the recommendation of A1. We have this is on page 7.
Okay, sorry. I'm
Towards,
a page.
where are you?
I'm looking at things ahead of you.
Okay.
So.
Okay. So just wanted to point that out. So we are now heading to page 8. So this follows with our contractual obligations for phone, electricity, heat,
So can I
printing and
just-
postage.
Can I just touch, I'm sorry, Jeff, can I?
Yes.
That's why I was, the heat.
Yep.
But, you had 23 last year, you did 18, but you stayed at 23. This, everybody, I think, across the board has
Oh, no.
increased. Knowing that it's definitely gonna cost us more to heat. So I'm trying to understand the logic why they stayed at 23 when you were 23 last year. You know,
Because I had done a budget adjustment for 2022 to increase to projections. Because we knew mid-year in 2022 that our budget was not going to be sufficient as it was adopted in the beginning of the year with all the
Right.
unknowns that now became known. So I had just copied forward our 2022 adjusted budget amount over to 2023
Okay,
using
then-
the same
and you
projections.
can do the same thing if you have to, right?
Yes,
I think
we
she
are.
said I think basically because community center needs so much electricity and heat that she was ahead of the curve on that one because it already went up, unlike the other.
Right.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
You're gonna hit that 23 mark easy.
Oh, yeah. But the pool alone has cost a small fortune to heat up.
Right. The pool and those operating costs are actually in the next department, 7141. So as we move forward to page 9, that is going to complete our contractual items for Department 7140 and lead us into Department 7141, which is for pool expenses. So we start off with our personnel charged to the pool. Then we move on to page 10, which has contractual obligations for same, leading us to page 11, which you will see here. The electricity lines have been increased. The heat lines have been increased. Office and supplies, maintenance and repair. And moving on to page 12, we have maintenance and repair to buildings and grounds. We did increase that slightly from 22,000 to 25,000 for 2023.
Sorry, Bill.
Yes.
I'm not sure if you are, well, I'm in that page, but I was looking into the pool operation expense.
Yes.
Can we
So
talk about 2022 and 2023, I guess, a little bit of that? Oh, Bill,
yes.
if you could add to it.
So Bill do you want to speak to it, Bill?
What, we're looking at the pool operating expense?
Yes.
Okay. So we are here.
So this is in anticipation.
Of the closure?
Yes.
Right.
You're
So
proposing.
we anticipate that the pool is going to have to be down for the project that we're working on 1 to 2 months potentially.
Which
So
project is this?
This is the project that for the aquatic facility that's going to be doing the resurfacing of the pool, the new lighting, and the locker rooms. With is that where the money, Karen?
Yes. So that is the project we established this year in 2022 with the $500,000 state grant and the $600,000 that we allocated from the village general fund.
Okay, so it kind of is not clear to me though. Why is it the expenses going up?
There is an amount in there to rent a locker room enclosure so that people could still use the pool area while the locker rooms, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Bill, are
Right.
getting refurbished.
Right. So there's a potential that the county health department is going to allow us to continue to run the pool while our locker rooms are being refurbished. There's a requirement that we have to have bathroom facilities near the pool. So that $7,000 that's in there is the rental for 2 months of potential closure of the locker rooms, and we could still maintain pool programming going on with those rentals.
All right, so refresh my memory. How much is this project?
The total project is for the pool area and the total.
I know, I remember that project from 3 years ago. What I was asking is how much is the project?
It's 1.1 million
Right. So
for the pool area.
The challenge is the pool will be down for a period of time because of the locker.
So let me kind of understand a little bit. So how long is the resurfacing is going to be taking place, Bill?
It's not just the resurfacing.
No,
it's
I'm not.
Yeah.
So the reason why I'm asking that is because what Bill's is presenting is a 2-month process for rentals, assuming that in those 2 months the pool is going to be open. So I need to understand on my end. I need to understand how long is it going to take to do the resurfacing for the pool.
We're hoping that the resurfacing and the lighting in the pool area would take a month. So we would be a month down with no operations.
Okay. So hold that for a minute, okay? Just help me understand a little bit. So how long is it going to take to do redo the locker room area and the bathroom area?
They're telling us it could be anywhere from 2 to 3 months.
Okay, so pretty much what you're saying is just help me understand this. So when the pool resurface is going to take place, I would assuming that the locker room area is going to be taking place as well at the same time. That's why that's the reason why you're coming up with 2 months.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So I'm gonna piggyback off of that, because if everything is coordinated, that the locker rooms and the pool go down all at the same time, you should pretty much be finishing up all at the same time within a week or two, right? Am I going the same way you're going, Manny?
That's what I was trying to understand. So for what Bill is saying, the bathroom and the locker rooms is going to take about 3 months. The pool resurface is going to take about a month. So that means that the pool is going to be open 2 months ahead of the rest of the project, and that's the reason why they're doing the rental on the lockers. That's my understanding.
That's correct. That's correct.
That's what I was trying to figure out, Bob. Yes, correct.
Right. So they're going to repair any rebar. So we're talking. I mean, this is an intense project. All right, and coordination is everything on that project. You're not going to be doing lights that are over the pool while guys are working in the pool, unless you're doing sections. Right. So the reality of this is, a month to me, me personally, I don't see it being in the business. All right. But, if you can make it happen in a month, then God bless you. But you're talking about chipping out, replacing rebar, patching it, and then resurface it, and then fill in the pool in 4 weeks. That's how it can be done. That being great. But I err on the cautious side of nailing dates down when, especially when all you need is one little glitch with material or supply chain, and things are going to happen or snowball very quickly on you. I don't know.
So I want to piggyback on this, okay? And I'm trying to be mindful in the time and obviously portion of the coordination. So it baffles me in a way that $1 million project that we've been talking about for years, we actually tried to coordinate something, adding to the cost now. Okay. And I know it's not much, believe me, I know it's not much. It's based on what we have and the expenses that we have, we only add in $6,000 to the total expense. If we were just to keep the total expense on this, it will be $6,000. We add in literally another $6,000 for this $12,000 to be there. It's not about the money. To me, it's the coordination. That's the part that baffles me. It baffles me that we've been talking about this for years, and it's just now being part of this whole process in there. I think coordination is essential.
Trustee Casada, can I just chime in, because I was responsible for putting together these budgets. I want to be real clear here. We were putting together these budgets and I was responsible for coordinating with Andy and Bill on the budgets. And when we put them together, it just was not something that we had thought through that fully. We were working on multiple different grant deadlines and trying to separate that from public.
Yeah,
So
but
that's
this Karen, with all the respect, this is actually before the DRI. This is before all that
no,
stuff.
I've been here for 3 years and I've never seen the locker room project.
Please.
So I just want to clear that up.
That's
Manny, what is it that you're looking for, though? I'm trying to understand. What's the desired outcome out of this conversation?
And yes, so what I'm trying to figure it out is, and Bill, you said you already have an idea of this whole process. I'm assuming the contractor already gave you a construction schedule. And when is this project going to start?
No, we're not even near that yet. So what we've had is just the architect just giving me his ballpark figures of how long it's going to be down.
Okay.
Where we are in the process is we've had the schematic drawings, and we are more of the drawings, and then a cost estimate can occur. So that's where we're at right now. So this is just kind of looking ahead in 2023, going on what the architect is saying, because we have no other information at this point, and figuring out what we could do here. And just, the pool resurfacing has been around for a few years, but this project is much more than that. This is doing the lighting in the pool.
I think we're also having a hard time with the.
Just losing you. And look, I think it's a little bit very similar to what Snowden Park situation is for me.
I'm going to have to.
We need to stop this, Manny. It's a budget conversation. I don't see this. Bill, hold on.
Locker rooms.
Bill.
So there's a lot more to this doing the
Bill, we can't hear you, Bill.
He also can't hear us.
Area.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's, I just want to, I think we're going down a road that is not really fair to staff, because there were elements of this project that came in subsequent to any conversation that I have been privy to about the pool in the last 3 years. So I don't want staff to be taking the brunt of something that had to do with the lighting system that needs to be done, and the addition of not only redoing
Maddie, would you text him? As long as he's talking, it's really hard. Tell him we can't hear him and that he needs to stop.
I muted him.
Okay, so I just want to be clear, because these are things, and I don't know why we can still hear him, but we muted him. But I just want to be clear, so many different things came into this, and I don't really want to go down a road where we're making it about a staff decision that involved many moving parts that I take responsibility for. So for that, I'd like to just move on, because we have a good plan and we have great revenue story.
Thanks, Karen and Mayor. Let me go back to what I said a couple of months ago when we were talking about the DRI and what the community center means to us. And remember this, because I said it multiple times at that meeting, where there was different projects that were going to be phased out on this community center. And what I said is, that's the part that I hate, because we are missing components every time we touch one item that we need to coordinate with something else. And this is exactly what is happening. And yes, this is part of a capital project. This is part of the budget, because we are talking about money that we're going to be utilizing for a project that we still don't know all these unknowns. And that's the problem that I have right now.
Okay, so Manny, let's just step back a bit. There's a lot of different grants, a lot of different projects. We talked a lot about housing at 30 Water. We talk a lot about the RFPs that we're doing for, the Market Square area. The community center is going to actually get probably more work done sooner than some of these projects we spent a lot of time. So all I'm hearing here is, next step is we need a little bit more, and we're doing a lot of stuff. So like the next step might be a refocus on community center, all the moving pieces that affect it, so we have better understand, but you're never going to get all the pieces together, right? You're never going to get, and the community center is different from parks. It might be under one department, but it's a different animal. We need to maybe get a little clear understanding, again, not in the budget hearing, because you're not objecting to the number, which is a different issue here. You're objecting to moving components and that we're not getting a clear picture. The board is not all the board, that some board members feel they're not getting a clear picture. Yes, there are moving parts, but we have to understand how they're moving, where they're moving and how they're moving together. It's a lot of work.
And that's what I said. It's not about the number.
Okay, so this is a budget conversation, Mandy. So let's just agree that we need more information about the community center as an overall picture of what's sort of on the table for the next 24 months.
Yes, but it affects
small projects, large projects, big projects, all the different sizes of projects involving that community center.
And again, just to be clear, it affects budget. Because
I understand, but if you don't have a problem with the budget number, then we can move forward on this budget conversation and ask for a work session that discusses the projects around the community center. If you are okay and the budget is within the realm of reality, then we can say, yeah, you could leave it in the budget.
But that's bother me. But that's exactly the problem, because I don't think that's the number. I think it's going to be bigger numbers than what we are reflecting. Okay. Because the little piece that I overheard from Bill is that what he's basing on, again, is an estimation that the architect told him.
If we, again, I'm going to say this again. We worked with an architect. We worked with consultants that the state hired to estimate this job. We did the best possible job. That's the problem that you do when you get grants, because you're doing a lot of work before you have the details, and that's just the way it is. So we're doing our best to make sure that we're budgeting as conservatively as possible. But I will assure you, it won't be the first time, the last time, and that this isn't going to be the first. It's not going to be the last time that something goes over budget. We have cost controls built in, and part of the reason that we're looking to do this extra funding is to make sure that we have revenue coming in to offset those losses. That's the only reason we're doing that. So not the only reason, but it's to provide the services. We also have a series of programs that we're going to try to incorporate during any downtime so that we can offset that and we can create other opportunities for the community. None of this is easy. I don't think we've done any project where we haven't had unexpected costs come along the way. So let's go forward, because we have a great revenue story to tell. Bill and his team have done an amazing job getting program revenue up way before COVID times, during times when running programs has been extremely difficult. So that also has a lot to do with the budget. So maybe we can go forward.
Right, Manny, it's close enough. It's huge projects, lots of different grants, lots of moving parts. We're going to have to discuss the community center as we move forward into 23. I think there's agreement on that. I'm okay with moving forward to the next item. Dale?
Okay, thank you. So moving forward, we're now into Department 7310, which is our youth programs lines. So again, we have personnel at the beginning of page 12, flowing onto page 13. at the flip of the page to page 14, we have an amount. We have amounts for materials and supplies, special recreation trips. This is also where our contractual USA Swim budget line is located, along with instructors. And then our part-time staff begins our camp department. So we are budgeting revenues accordingly, using the same amount as 2022. Into 2023, this is the expense side, sorry about that. Page 15 shows the detail for our contractual lines. So this is any camp event is budgeted in the contractual line at 22,000. Materials and supplies is remaining the same at 30,000. Any special recreation trips for camp are also located in the middle of page 15. That amount is also mirroring 2022, along with bus transportation, but we did increase that budget line to reflect the more accurate pricing for 2023. At the bottom of the page is our instructors. So this is our adult program instructors. We did lower the expenditure line in accordance with also mimicking and lowering our revenue line as program interest has changed. So we try to keep up with those changes. Page 16 brings us forward to the arts program. So those budget lines
Dale, I'm sorry. So can we go back a little bit into the instruction portion that we reduced? What kind of programs were those? Do you know, or is it Bill? No, I don't know if he's still muted or not.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
For now, yes, I think we can hear you now. Yeah.
So some of that is that we had staff that were originally paid through as independent contractors who did not meet the criteria to stay as an independent contractor. So we made them employees. So the cost for them is now incorporated in the part-time staff, which then would lessen the amount that we need to pay for the instructors. So that's where the biggest amount is right there, changing that.
So, okay, so it's not really savings, we just move that around.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's move forward.
So page 16 is the two budget lines delegated for the Art Center. And
So
we
is
have
that the Arts Center in, what's the name of the?
Cedar
Clack.
Lane.
Cedar
Lane.
Lane,
Yep.
I'm sorry, just
Cedar
slipped my
Lane.
mind.
Yes.
I can picture it in front of me.
Yes, that you are perfectly correct, Mayor.
All right.
Yes.
So that's the town's park, and it's the allocation. We've had this discussion before on how that
right.
works.
And we run the programs, and there's a revenue line that
Right.
we will see as we move forward. We have an amount in there for our adult senior programming, and that brings us to the end of our expenditure lines.
Okay.
If we flip on over to page 18, this starts what in accounting we call revenue lines. So we have park and recreation charges, along with tennis fees, day camp fees, which, as you can see, we exceeded our budget. Our original budget for 2022 was $283,750. And we actually received a total of 318,993 by the end of the season, which is fabulous. Our children's recreation, we have also exceeded budget by more than double for the 2022 year. So we are increasing our revenue projections going into 2023. Our adult recreation, we are falling a little bit under our budget projections for 2022. So we are reducing them slightly for 2023. And our after-school program is on target to reach their budget goal for 2022, and we are keeping it flat for 2023. Moving forward onto page 19, we have our lap swim revenue line budgeted a little slight increase. The next line is our open swimming permits, which we're projected to, we've already exceeded budget, so we're at 22,000 for a $10,000 original estimated budget. So that budget has been increased for 2023. Sport and swim remain strong. So they are currently almost at the projected budget for 2022. We did lower it slightly for 2023, reducing it for 1 month of the pool being closed for that line, just as a placeholder. We have an amount for adult swim classes, which again, we are budgeting for a 1 month closure, along with youth swim classes. We are again budgeting for a 1 month closure in that line, and then senior swim lessons as well.
Nice.
Bringing us on to page 21, I do just want to highlight that for the revenue portion for Parks and Recreation, where our revenue total budgeted amount was $1,240,216. They have exceeded revenues by reaching $1,404,018. So fantastic work.
Also really nice.
Yes. So that concludes Parks and Recreation operational budget proper.
Right. One of the things I forgot to mention, and that's my fault. I think I wrote the village manager a note maybe a week or two ago. I've been doing more of my steps, walking in the parks. They look great. I mean, it's also the beautiful time of the year, but it's like walking inside a beautiful picture, actually. But, you know, I didn't see any garbage. I saw some ice cream related stuff, but that's only because it was warm and people are eating ice cream and, you know, it's fine. You know, parks are meant to be used. They're not show pieces. But, you know, I've gone to a number of the parks, actually. I was even late the other night because my daughter's train was late. So I went over to the town park. Because I saw a whole bunch of kids hanging out by the stage, so I decided to go for a walk. It was beautiful. Nobody was doing anything except just hanging out and enjoying the park. It was clean, and I know it's a town park, but you guys do a lot of the parks. And, you know, I think in the community center, you know, when I went in to vote, I mean, the place was warm, it was welcoming. It needs an uplift, but one of the days I was down there, it was just packed with people, packed to the brim. The parking lot was packed. In fact, I was sort of getting upset because I see all of our own vans and trucks taking up parking spaces because a lot of people are, I mean, it's really, really being used. I know that probably means that some people are saying, gee, it should be bigger, gee, it should be this. But, you know, these things are meant to be used. And the fact that they're being used is exactly the way it's supposed to be. And, you know, people are hanging out outside talking to each other, you know, just hanging out. being like parents, talking to parents, like all the right stuff in a community. So I should have started that off because it's getting late in the evening and stuff, and we've been doing budgets for a while now. I remember what things were like a few years ago. This is really just I think it's much better. So and it's going to be even bigger and better. So I think that's good. So I wanted to mention that because there's been already so many improvements. I did see, by the way, the town's like full on kitchen equipment sitting in boxes down there. It looks like we're building a restaurant down there for the sea. It's great. Like I've heard that was discussed for 2 years before now we were really seeing things like happening. So it's sort of cool. Anyway, I wanted to mention that to you, Bill, because it's a lot of gratitude for your group. The budget discussions tend to be sort of dry, and some of the things we see over and over again, we get frustrated. But I think overall, the quality, the use of it, and a lot of the other stuff just looks so much better over the last few years than it had for years before that. So I think, and more usage and really in all the parks. I think that's really cool. One day we'll have a little bit more parking, then that'll also help with the community center.
Well, thank you for that, Mayor. We've got a great staff, and I think it's been a lot of great support from, the administration and also from this board over the last couple of years. So we've been able to implement a lot of our ideas and plans, and thank you for seeing the outcome of that. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm also going to remind you, Bill, that you and I sat in a meeting together, and we both looked at each other with that sort of wonderment when we heard about pickleball, and we all both remember that night.
Oh, yeah.
You know that it is, for the third year in a row, the fastest growing sport. There is now national teams being formed, just like in baseball and everything else. Man, oh man. And I remember that was one of the first meetings when you started, and we're like, what is that about? So that's a growing sport. And I think, in our community, it's, also something to think about. It's a challenge, like all the different sports that come in, things go in style, they go out of style. How do you plan for it? It's challenging.
That's right. Yeah, we have currently 60 pickleball members in our pickleball club right now.
Is that right? Wow.
Yeah. I think they started with 12.
Do you have any kids?
No, it's all the 60 to 75 age range.
Yeah, it's the baby boomers. It's yeah. And that's what it was from day one, but they are trying to in professionalizing it with incomes. From what I saw on CNN the other night, they are taking over dying tennis clubs around the country and turning them into 2 or 3 times the size in pickleball, and making it into a huge business by paying players, which means younger people are starting to play in it. I'm just giving you a heads up because I thought it was a fad. I don't think it's a fad, but I remember that was one of our first meetings, you and I together. So it just reminded me about how things change, even in the short term, not just the long term. So anyway, thank you. That was just a PSA. I don't get any kickbacks from the pickleball people or association. But that's a challenge as things change. Okay. Where are we now, folks?
So next up we have Chima Monday is here with us, and I don't know that all of you have gotten to meet him, but he is our new Youth Bureau Director. Welcome, Chima. And yes, all of our meetings are usually this lively. So we're welcome.
Karen, I'm sorry. Karen, I'm sorry. Before we go there,
we want to
going to talk about the fees because there are some changes on
that's right.
Part.
That's right.
Did you forget that?
Yep. And
Chima, you're gonna have to hang out.
Sorry, Chima, just 1 second, and we won't be that long.
Nothing's a second in this group, but let's pretend for a minute.
A few minutes, but anyway.
All right, Dale.
There are
Sorry,
also
Dale.
that's okay. We could have circled back. There are a few fee changes proposed. Bill, is he still?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. So they are related to rentals at the park, the different parks. So Bill, do you want to touch on that?
Sure. So the ball field rental, for whatever reason, has not been as part of the fee schedule. Don't know why. So we just wanted to get that in there. It's current, so we're not increasing the fees, it's just getting it into the fee schedule. These are the same fees that the town has as well. So, you know, if you're gonna rent a ball field, softball field in a town park or a village park, it's the same fees. With an increased fee if you're using the lights up at upper vents. The other is we have done some work at the small pavilion area at Vets Park. And we've installed the charcoal grills. So we wanted to make that a rental area
Oh,
as well. Kind of a
is that
picnic
like
area. for
Ryder?
people.
Do they charge there as well?
They, at Ryder Park, they have the pavilion. So this, we use the same price as the picnic areas down at
Right.
Lewis Angle. Because it's
Oh.
not large. You can only fit probably 15 people in there, 20 people, but it's something that we can offer to folks there in the park.
And then
Yeah.
there's another
Manny,
one.
did you have specific question when you said we forgot the fees, or you just want them to go through it?
No, well, this we adding fees, sure, and then there's also another one for the pool, correct? You're going from $15 to $20. That's the proposed that you have in here.
Right.
Yes.
So that's let's see where that is for the open swim for adults. Is just raising that $5. That's a fee that's been the same for many, many years, is what I've been told, definitely since the 4.5 years that I've been here, but from what I've been told, it's been that way for 10, 15 years. So we're looking just for a slight increase there.
So I'm okay with the changes. I just want to make sure that the board is
Oh, sure.
wants to be aware and wants is in accordance to that. That's all.
Yeah, I'm actually concerned that, and we heard this the other night, but I already knew this. Pool-related chemicals have gone up as worse than oil. I'm not sure the increase even covers the increase that we're gonna see. But I'm gonna leave it to you guys, because I don't want to have a conversation over $2, whether it should be 20% or 28% or 25%. You guys have to figure that out. This is not a major infrastructure issue or whatever. But I think worse than oil, pool supplies and everything related to pools. A number of pools have closed up. I know universities that used to allow people to use like PACE, etc., no purchase, don't allow the public to use it anymore because they don't have lifeguards and they don't want to pay for such increased costs. So just a heads up, but if you guys looked into it and you're comfortable with it, I don't really want to have a discussion over whether it should be, $5 increase or $6.50 increase or $8 increase. But you're right, Manny. I mean, there are new fees, but it sounds like these are reasonable to me anyway. Okay. Thank you for bringing to the attention. Good luck
Also,
communicating all that, Bill, to all of your folks at the community center. I saw one of your staff people asking someone to prove that they had a membership there, and the guy just really harassed him back. Doesn't want to show his ID, doesn't he recognize him? So it's not easy, when you increase fees or whatever. So, hopefully people will be understanding about cost increases and enjoy the facility.
in the same vein, do we want to touch on the capital plan for the portions that are associated with parks and recreation?
Well, I thought we were going to the youth bureau. Did we just forget to do this part, or were we supposed to go to the youth bureau?
I jumped
and then-
ahead. I
Huh?
jumped ahead. I jumped ahead. We could do it
Oh,
either
wishful
way.
thinking. Okay,
Do it either
all
way,
right.
so-
You're entitled to
could-
wishful thinking. It's late. Okay. Yeah, quickly.
We can do youth bureau if you'd like before and release
We can do it.
poor Chima.
What do you guys want to do?
Whatever you want to do, either way works.
Let's do it
get to
now.
the let's just go through the capital. Let's get
Okay.
this done and let's move on.
Okay, so page 4 of section 4, which
Hold
is the
on.
capital plan.
Okay,
Okay, under the Recreation and Parks Department for vehicles and equipment, there's a request for a dump truck with plow at an estimated $75,000. There's a request for a 4x4 SUV for the recreation superintendent. And
what's
that is,
happening to the one Bill has already?
Bill?
But so the one that I have is a 2013. That one would be then become the park ranger vehicle, which if you notice this summer, we had the park ranger in a old fire chief truck that was going around. We used to have another vehicle too that was used by staff to utilize between parks and programs and camp. And we currently don't have that vehicle. So that's what the
Okay.
purchase would do.
How many miles do you have on that car? Do you know, on that 4x4?
I believe it's 118,000. 9-year-old vehicle.
That's okay. I drive a 17-year-old vehicle with only 150,000, so those things are major loss. But I saw your vehicle the other day, so I could sort of understand.
Are we looking into a hybrid?
Did you hear the question, Bill?
Yes, I think that's the way we're going. So I do think that. I know that Maddie has been involved in identifying vehicles that would fit the needs that we need that fall under that category. So yeah, and I was just as a side note, I was in Nashville this past weekend and rented a minivan that was a hybrid, and I had to return the car back as with full gas in it. I drove all weekend for 4 days and it was $25. It took 6 gallons of gas. That was my first experience with a hybrid. I was amazed by it. It was shocking.
Well, hopefully they'll, I've been driving one for 2 decades, so they work well.
Yeah.
They're on their 5th generation, by the way. It's
Right.
These are not new. Electric is new. Good. All right.
All right, so if we move forward to page 6.
I'm
of
assuming, by the
section-
way, the truck with the plow is in addition to all the trucks we talked about last night with the other department.
Yes, this one is specific for parks.
Right. Okay.
Yes, yep. So on page 6, we have recreation and park improvements.
Dale, we don't have that. You have not been able to get the list of vehicles to us just yet, correct?
Oh, actually, I think I have to forward it in
Yeah, we
email.
were just talking about
Right?
that this afternoon. I can send it.
I think we only
That's
asked for it though
fine.
last
That's
night,
fine.
but you
Yeah.
guys.
We'll get it out tomorrow.
Okay.
No, that's fine. That's what I'm saying. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter. I just want to make
Sounds
sure.
like they
I
have
didn't
it.
miss
So.
anything, yeah.
We do.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Dale, if you need
Uh,
like to stop for water and stuff, I feel like you're losing your voice. This is not supposed to be a torture chamber. It just may feel like one. So let us know, okay?
I appreciate. Thank you. So on page 6, there are no projected items for 2023. On page 7, this is where I put, even though it's not necessarily parks, the digital message sign board for the corner of Broadway and Route 9. So that is plugged in at an estimate of 70,000. There is a picnic shelter at Vets Park requested for $8,000.
I can just, let me just add with that is just to clarify, this is just like a small shelter that would go over a picnic table. And we had one of the other charcoal grills that we added, we put out away from the pavilion that's there now, just to create another little picnic spot. So this would not be a rented spot because it's going to be small, but we would put a small shelter over it. You've probably seen those before, just a shelter that kind of goes over a picnic table. So that's what we're looking to do.
Okay, and the final projected amount for 2023 projects is for Sparta Park playground equipment at $100,000.
That's a grant, isn't it? Or is that in addition to the grant?
We left it as, we're hoping that it'll be a grant. We just submitted the paperwork, and I think usually these things go through, but we had $100,000 designated to us from, through what is now called a CREST grant through Pete Harcum's office. So we anticipate that we will get that grant funding for the park.
Okay, so when you get the grant, you're gonna remove that from the budget, I guess, is the way you guys do it.
Yeah, what we'll do is we'll just change the how funded to a grant, and then it will, we're
Right,
obviously
you have to pay for everything up front, then you get the money, then you'll put it back.
Yeah,
somewhere
because
else.
we do still have
Okay.
to pay
Yeah,
for
yeah,
it.
you still have to budget for the money because we always pay everything up front. We get it like a couple
Right.
years later. Or a year later or whatever.
Right.
Okay.
They're reimbursement type grants.
There's a
And
lot
then-
of projects that we're looking at. At some point, we're gonna really have to make some adjustments and make sure we can do all this stuff. It's not just about money, it's whether we're gonna be able to do all this.
Right.
Is there anything, I haven't seen anything in there about the roller rink.
What roller rink?
Bill, we did talk about at Vets Park,
We put
It
it on
is-
to 2024.
right.
Oh,
So just what's going on with that, we did have in 2022 for resurfacing. And there's quite a few repairs that need to be done to the border system. I've reached out to a number of vendors and we cannot find pieces to make repairs on that. So we had moved, rather than spending the money on resurfacing it, we're gonna hold that right now so that we can make a decision in 2023 and come up with a plan of what we wanna do with that roller rink. So we put it into just put a number in there for 2024, making it a larger project.
Right, because I believe it's not getting the use it used to get.
That's correct.
I don't believe there's even a league anymore.
Right.
I mean, I'm going back probably 8-10 years when the league was really active.
Right.
So it's kind of been sitting there. So that's a decision I think need to do what we're going to do with it, either invest in it or do something else with that piece of property.
Right. Yeah, I think the thought that's the Recreation Advisory Board is talking about is making it more of a multi-use area where soccer, volleyball, and roller skating can occur, because it is a nice, it's a very unique piece of, it's a unique resource that we have. So we can open it up to more than just the specific group of hockey or rollerblading, which, like you said, is not as popular anymore.
Right.
I'd also like to highlight, there was one more item that we don't have a price point on yet in the capital plan, but that is for the HVAC for the kiosk at Henry Gordine Park. So at some point, we would like to update the price point on that, but it is in as a capital project.
I actually have an update on that. So
All right.
We looked at the ampage, and let me just hold on. I think that we're looking, it depends on, and Bob, you're gonna know more about this than I do. If they're gonna try it with the current ampage, if that's the case, it's probably not a very expensive fix, but if it requires additional wiring, it's going to be more. And I was really well versed on all of this, and now go look at
You might be able to get away with a split system in there.
yeah, so it's looking good, but we have to confirm, we have to like do a test on it. So if the system works, then it'll be nothing. If not, we may have to do something else and then we'll have to decide then. But I think that we were looking at upwards of like, you know, in the $30,000 to $40,000 area at the very high end, and likely less than that.
Okay, yeah, it all depends on what you got in there.
No way. I mean,
Dale, I had sent.
No, because if you've got to repipe that from the service, which is under the bridge, right? So there's excavation, pipe, it adds up. You know, you're gonna, you know, I can't imagine you got more than the fact that it's holding the ice cream machines alone. You maybe have a 60 amp service out there, if that.
I think it's 100.
100 amp.
So 100 amp, then you should be fine.
you should be fine. And we're talking about maybe less than, I was speaking maybe $12,000.
Yeah, unless the 100 amps doesn't hold. That's the, I spoke to Andy earlier this week because they did go out to look at it. So,
you should be fine with the 100 amps. I think you should be able to handle a split system. And the worst part of that is you're fighting the ice cream machines and the heat that they're creating.
Yeah. So the very conservative estimate is 40,000, but that would include running new power through the existing conduit. But it's possible that the existing conduit is sufficient, and they need to do an active load test to determine.
Right. Well, you could look at equipment and nameplates to do that, to actually, you know, because right now they're not running the machines.
Right.
So, and I don't know what your timeline is. I would imagine we'd want it in by next spring. If that, I mean, that's the ultimate goal because that's when it gets hot. So, these split systems are pretty efficient, and you should be able to put something in there that should be able to handle that area pretty good.
Right.
And I think 100 amps, I think you're fine.
That's what we're hoping. So thank you.
Okay.
All right. So now it's time for you, Bureau. Sorry about that. You're up, and welcome to the Village of Ossining and your first budget meeting, which Dale is going to walk you through because this was a budget that Chima did not put together. He came in after the budget was we already had the first budget meeting, so internally. But it is an opportunity for Chima to witness the process and get from, you know, he is familiar with the budget. And I'm sure he'll want to make a few comments on his plans now that he's been here. Well, we're going on 3 weeks, I think, so.
Oh, wow. I thought it was 2. I didn't realize it was a veteran already. Wow. Okay. Well,
Yes.
welcome in any case.
Good evening. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me. So like Karen said, this is, I wasn't involved in the process of developing the budget, but I do want to say that the Youth Bureau, we plan we are not planning on duplicating services that is already being provided by the Parks Department. And going forward, we are hoping that we'll be able to, based on the outcome of the needs assessment and what comes out of that, we'll be able to formalize the plan and on what direction we have to go with the Youth Bureau. So that's where we are right now. The needs assessment is going on. That is being in the process right now. And we're just waiting to see what comes out of that to be able to map out a plan and come up with a strategy on how we're gonna move forward with the Youth Bureau.
Well, again, welcome. Thank you for sharing that with us. Dale?
Nice to virtually meet you, Chima. There are a few budget lines in the Youth Bureau. We start with our salary obligations, including a part-time line. Flowing forward, we have a contractual expense currently expended but not budgeted. I think that portion was for the needs assessment and will be covered by grant funding. And that leads us down to the next page, page 3, which we have mimicked what last year's grant funding budget was going forward. for 2023. But we can always add more grant revenues as we go along during the year. We have started creating tracking codes for each type of Youth Bureau grant so that we can track the expenditure side of the ledger along with the revenue side as well. So we will have some great discussions about that, I am sure, moving forward. Any questions?
Anybody? All right, then, can move on. Thank you.
All right.
I do just want to add though,
Karen, you got muted.
Karen, we lost you there. You're on mute.
I don't know how that happened. In anticipation of our needs assessment, which will be complete at the end of the year, Chima really hit the ground running. His first day coincided with a Communities That Cares meeting, which is the entire coalition of community partners that center around youth development. So he met everybody pretty much there is to meet in terms of our stakeholders at that meeting. We've been working with Aperio, New York on the needs assessment, and we have a lot of opportunity to do things, and Chima brings a wealth of experience. One of the programs that he's going to be bringing back, which I'm very glad to hear, is the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program, which I actually used to run when I was at IFCA. IFCA no longer does it, but we have a group of students at the high school and a teacher who trains her students to process income tax returns, and it's a really, really great program. So it's a good opportunity. It's a good onboarding a training for youth in finance, in budgeting, and it opens up a lot of opportunities for people who qualify to get this free service and get more money into the community from their returns. The other thing is Chima is also looking at programs. There's a lot of funding for youth programs that include job training and career preparation. We can get funding up to for youth up to 24-year-olds to these programs. And Chima's pretty well versed and well known within the Youth Bureau, youth development community. So we are very excited to have him here. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to tell you that he's hit the ground running and is already working on bringing good things here. So.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
All right, I think that concludes our budget meetings for this evening. And we're an hour early. Yes, we're an hour early, so.
Wow, so we could have gone longer.
We could, if you'd like, we could do finance right now or the manager's budget. So, and let everybody else go.
No, because I don't think we're prepared. Okay, so just to reiterate, first of all, thank you, everybody. What do we got going? What's our next up at bats? Everybody comes prepared. And it's going to be on Zoom.
So our next meeting is Friday, starting at 4:30, and on we will have the manager's budget, the finance budget. Dale will also be taking us through the Section 8 budget. Unfortunately, Marilyn has some family issues. She couldn't make the date and we couldn't reschedule, but that's we can talk through that budget pretty easily. And is there anything else on for that evening? I think that's, oh, and then we'll do, our wrap-up discussion, go over any outstanding items, any discussion items, and that pretty much concludes the 2023 budgeting process.
Yeah, and then, well, that assumes we approve everything the way it's presented. So we do have Saturday, so the public hears it. We may or may not meet on Saturday. That was an extra buffer zone, in case there were some issues in the past. We have had them, or something comes up. So we'll see how that works. We're not expecting that, but just it's out there in case we need it. Okay, 4:30. Friday. Looking forward to it. Anybody else have anything? I already saw Dana waving goodbye, so I'm thinking she doesn't have anything.
No, I was just trying to say, please, no more, don't add on.
Oh, you're not enjoying this, man. You know, it is true that the different people get different things out of the budget meetings. It's all very different. It's like a big group activity. But there's a lot of work that goes into it, and it sort of gets memorialized. So we sort of have to be careful about what we do memorialize and what we don't. All right, folks. Thank you all very much for the lively conversations. And we shall regroup tomorrow. Have a good night.
Friday.
Good, everybody.
Oh, I'm so, what did I say?
Friday, Friday. You said
Friday.
tomorrow, but it'll be
Excuse
Friday.
me. Friday.
Good night.
Night.
Right, thank you.